Noah, it's 10 a.m. Am I okay to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical or prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E5 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the April 21st, 2022 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you're speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as the public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Please attempt to refrain from repeating comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted or removed from the virtual hearing session. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barclay? Not here. Commissioner Biaggi?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield? Not here. Commissioner Burnett?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño? Not here. Commissioner Flores here. Commissioner Garza? Not here. Commissioner Lightfoot? Not here. Commissioner Lyons?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Not here. Commissioner Novara? Not here. Commissioner Osterman? Not here. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Searle? Not here. Commissioner Esposato? Not here. Commissioner Tunney? Commissioner Tunney, I see you're in, but I can't hear you. Commissioner Villegas?
Present.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbach?
Present.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, I think we want to go back to Commissioner Navarro. I had to let her in, so she is now here.
Okay,
Present.
thank you. I have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I, as the Chicago Plan Commission Chairwoman, will need to step away from the meeting to recuse myself from an item on the agenda today. I would normally be able to turn the gavel over to the Vice Chair. However, in his absence today, I would like to ask the body to consider Carlos Piñeiro to act as a designated replacement when I need to step away. Do the Plan Commissioners have any questions on this action?
No.
If none, can I get a motion for Carlos Piñeiro to chair the meeting in my absence?
So
So
moved,
moved.
Biagi.
Second,
Motion by BIG, second by Commissioner Reyes. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay, I don't think it's here. Commissioner Biagi,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, yes. Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Novara,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro,
yes.
thank you. Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Reyes. Yeah, no
yes,
problem.
yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney, he stepped away. Commissioner Villegas,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
We will now approve the minutes from the March 17, 2022. I'm sorry, so motion passes, I should say that. Thank you. We will now approve the minutes from the March 17, 2022 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on March 17, 2022?
So moved, Biagi.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Biaggi,
Second by Commissioner Moore.
second by Commissioner Moore. Thank you. I will now roll call vote, please. Again, Commissioner Biaggi,
Yes.
yes. Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
I did not hear that.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
it was a yes, thank you. Commissioner Novara, I believe she stepped away. Commissioner Piñeiro,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tunney, stepped away. Commissioner Villegas,
Yes.
thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback,
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry, Novara is a yes.
Nobody said yes, thank you. Motion passes. We will now take the public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. I have 8 submitted forms for people who have signed up to speak on items today. When I call your name, please wait a moment until you are unmuted, and then you may proceed to speak. Please be reminded that you will have 3 minutes to speak. The first is Butler Adams to speak about item D7 at 170 North Green Street. The second is Steve Simmons to speak about item D5 at 1237 West Division. The third is Steve Simmons, again for item D6 at 1132 West Blackhawks, followed by Noel Sanchez on item D4, Encuentro Square, then Isabel Cabrera on item D4, Encuentro Square, then Ruben Hernandez for D4, Encuentro Square, then Traolak O'Sullivan for item D4, Encuentro Square, and lastly, Michael Kaiser Neiman for item D4, Encuentro Square. That concludes the list of those who have completed speaking forms. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? Please raise your hand in the Zoom window and we will call your name in order after the signed up speakers. So we will start with Mr. Butler Adams on item D7.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, good morning, commissioners. I wrote a letter to throw my support behind the 170 North Green project at the Bridgeford food site. I've been following this project for a while, for a couple of years, and seen several different iterations, and I'm currently a very big fan of the current project in density and scale. In 2016, there were plans for a roughly 13-story building at that site with a bit more than 300 apartments, 10% affordable. 2017, that had evolved to about 17 floors, 200 feet, and about 320 apartments. Now we're up to 35 floors with 275 apartments, 150 hotel rooms, and some office space. Let's talk about change. This project has evolved. The West Loop is booming, and I hope this energy and scale of these developments continue to grow. It's nice to see a project in the area that doesn't have a modern tower plopped atop a brick base. As a shout out to the industrial past. This development addresses the West Loop guidelines without trying to mimic the area's past. And I 100% support this project and certainly look forward to its taking its place in the West Loop skyline. And just a few more things, looking at some of the images of changes that have been done by the developers, like the Muse. I do hope that it's not watered down, softened, value engineered too much for the facade treatment. Within the Muse area, the facade above the base in that space looks a little bit flat. Before was had more undulation and more folding with those panels. And I've always been concerned about the amount of sunlight reaching down into that area because you have the hotel on the southern portion of the structure. And it seems to me like without those metal panels, it's not going to reflect the light as much within that space. Again, I'm happy that this project can address the West Loop guidelines without mimicking a fake historical industrial throwback. And just a few things that I noticed on the site analysis page, they have 360 North Green at 250 feet. That just got recently approved to 399. So for the future presentations, they may want to make an edit to that. And 160 North Morgan is already under construction. I certainly want to thank Alderman Burnett for what he's doing for the Fulton Market and West Loop area, encouraging growth and development. A whole new skyline is being created in that area, and he's helping to shape that. The building height is about 465 feet, potentially 480. And this is, for me, a bonus because for many, many years, West Loop neighborhood groups try to have their own arbitrary height of about 110 feet or 120 feet. And neighborhood groups don't control development. They don't control height, nor do they control growth. So I'm glad to see that this mold has been broken. It took a long time for the New Boat hotel to be approved. And now we have something nearly 3 times as tall right next door. So I approve this project. Hope you do too. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Next is Steve Simmons to speak on item D5.
Good morning, Chair Flores, members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed business plan development generally located at 1215 to 1265 West Division Street. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a city delegate agency and a membership-based neighborhood economic development organization. For 40 years, we've helped businesses get started, grow, and be able to offer high-quality jobs to Chicago residents. North Branch Works strongly supports the 2-story industrial warehouse project proposed by Logistics Property Company for this site. The property is located within the North Branch Industrial Corridor. We see the proposed land use as innovative and complementary to the adjacent planned manufacturing district on Goose Island. We are especially encouraged by the incredible economic benefits the project would generate, such as a $250 million overall investment, the creation of between 600 and 800 high-quality jobs, and approximately 750 to 1,000 construction jobs. In addition, we appreciate the proposal includes facilities that support electric vehicles and meets the air quality standards for the industrial corridor. We ask the Plan Commission to approve this zoning change. We look forward to supporting new firms that move into the proposed facility and connecting them to resources as they open operations in the North Branch. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll reset the clock. Do you want to go ahead and speak about item D6? Mr. Steve Simmons, are you still there? You were also signed up to speak on item D6.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed amendment to Plan Development number 847. North Branch Works strongly supports this proposed amendment as it would support 40 jobs, including the creation of 20 new permanent ones. We are especially encouraged the amendment would allow for the construction of a pilot plant, which is consistent with the surrounding zoning on Goose Island and within the adjacent planned manufacturing district. We ask the Plan Commission to approve this amendment. Please reach out to me if we can be of any assistance moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker signed up is Noel Sanchez on item D4.
Morning, you can hear me?
Yes, we can. There's a little bit of noise, background noise.
Okay, let me fix this. Now it's better?
It's better, yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Noel Sanchez, external organizer for SEIU Local 1. We are asking the Planning Commission defer the Lucha Encuentro project until we get a solid commitment that the Lucha will respect their workers' right to join SEIU Local 1. SEIU Local 1 represent hundreds of workers that work in affordable housing through the cost. At this time, we are asking that you defer this project until Lucha bring good paid union job to the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Next, we have Isabel Cabrera on the same item, item D4.
Hey, Roman, I have to promote this person as they're using an old version of Zoom.
Hello. Yeah, good morning.
Okay. We hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Isabel Cabrera, environmental with Logan Square Neighborhood Association. I have 3 children attending CPS. It's difficult for CPS parents to afford to live near to their schools. This is especially true near to the 606, which we know has caused a lot of pain and suffering. It breaks our heart when the community is torn apart. Encuentro Square in the 26th Ward will prevent displacement in our city, keep our families in our neighborhood, especially in our schools. The pandemic left our schools in crisis, and many children had to move away because families couldn't pay rent. Our school district has lost 40,000 students this year, which leaves our next school year budget in critical conditions, with more budget cuts. Families deserve good schools and good affordable housing. We believe equitable development is strategic to help our schools with enrollment and increase public safety. Parents from McAuliffe, Stowe, and Jade Elementary, and many more have been meeting with Lucha for years to support this project. We have marched and collect signatures in support. Aspirant, we were urged the Chicago Plan Commission to support Encuentro Square in the 26th Ward for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Next, we have Next, we have Ruben Hernandez for the same item, D4, Encuentro Square.
All right, checking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ruben Hernandez. I'm a volunteer with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association and a student at Northeastern Illinois University. I'm speaking in support of the planned development in Encuentro Square in the 26th Ward. Affordable housing is a basic and fundamental necessity for families and neighborhoods. People shouldn't have to choose between one basic need or another. Affordable housing makes housing accessible to low-income earners, giving families a chance to invest their money into the well-being of their families with necessities of life like health, education, and even basic essentials like food. Studies have shown affordable housing uplifts residents, encourages social connection, reduces overcrowding, increases adjacent property values, attracts businesses and jobs, and increases safety. Affordable housing developments encourage diversity, social inclusion, and community cohesion. The Chicago Plan Commission has the power to create communities of people from different cultural, socioeconomic, and educational backgrounds to form neighborhoods that include traditionally underrepresented populations like Latinx, LGBTQ+, and those with mixed statuses, and improve quality of life. Affordable housing also provides children of the 606 with housing stability, giving children a suitable space to call home so that they can focus on their education and thus on the opportunity to make a better future for themselves, their families, and their neighborhoods. According to the Senior Director of Public Policy at the National Low Income Housing Coalition, quote, addressing housing affordability is the most cost-effective way of lifting people out of poverty, for reducing childhood poverty, and increasing economic mobility, end quote. Affordable housing also builds sustainable communities. Economic benefits include increased spending, increased hiring, increased taxes, and revenue for local governments, meaning that affordable housing absolutely helps communities thrive. By supporting affordable housing, you will be helping families find stability in their homes. Children will be able to work towards degrees. Families will enjoy access to basics like health, employment, and food, all while building a stronger, more diverse community and economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Next, we have Treolek O'Sullivan. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hi there.
On item
Yes.
D4. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Treylak. I've been involved in organizing in Logan Square for the past few years, and I'm here to voice my resounding support for Encuentro Square because it will provide much needed support and housing to working families in a community where affordable units are evaporating. There's an affordable housing crisis in America, in Chicago, and in Logan Square. But despite a massive need for safe, stable, and affordable homes, we've not only seen a lack of action by government on these issues, we've actually seen policy measures that are deliberately undermining affordability. Chicago leaders over the past few years have preached these mixed income communities they talk about through the demolishing of public housing on prime real estate. Take Cabrini Green as an example. While what was actually being done was a state-sanctioned gentrification, as the people who lived in those communities before were pushed out. Meanwhile, despite all of this mixed income rhetoric, it's interesting that the city neglected to provide the leadership and resources to a number of actually gentrifying communities that were truly mixed income and had a mix of economic and racial backgrounds like Logan Square. And they were in the process of losing out on that diversity. It's time that the city act and build affordable housing and help those communities fight the gentrification where the mixed income communities and the diversity truly exists. Communities like Logan Square, where there is a dramatic lack of affordable housing, is where projects like Encuentro Square are needed the most. People deserve the opportunity to live in dynamic communities with access to public transit, the 606, good local schools, and vibrant commercial sectors. It provides a whole different package of opportunities than living in a neighborhood that is disinvested. But instead, whenever public funds for housing do come around, we've either chose to place it in underserved communities where residents are completely isolated from social and economic opportunities, or we create these fancy mixed income developments with profit as the central concern, with marketability as our central focus, that provide nowhere near enough units and actually make affordability decrease through their gentrifying effects. It's time to change this and to make something meaningful, to take the opportunity to build a substantial amount of public housing in this vibrant West Logan Square community, to take a meaningful step towards housing justice in a community where affordability is disappearing and countless are being displaced, to allow the lower and middle income people who have been living in this neighborhood for decades to actually benefit from public investment like the 606 in their neighborhood and not just be displaced to the fringes of our city and beyond. Finally, a democratic and prosperous society, one that lives up to the promises this country was built on, but still today is so far from living up to, depends on projects like Encuentro Square. It depends on ensuring that all people have access to safe, stable, quality, affordable homes, because we know housing is a key pillar of social mobility and provides a foundation from which so many other things can flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we have Michael Kaiser Neiman for item D4.
Hello, thanks for having me here to provide testimony. I'm a Logan Square neighbor, and I'm here to provide testimony in support of Encuentro Square. And I think, as you all know, the commissioner of the city's housing department, his Department of Housing, has said that we have a 120,000 unit shortage of affordable housing. And so it seems just like a complete no-brainer that we should be approving another 100 or ideally 200 units of affordable housing in a gentrifying neighborhood. And I just want to say that this is, a drop in the bucket, and it's just a kind of a sad state of affairs when there's when this isn't something that should just be green lighted and fast tracked. Every day I see more people living on the streets in my neighborhood and throughout Chicago. As I go to other neighborhoods in the city, I hear about more families being displaced, especially in gentrifying neighborhoods like the one that I live in. And I read about more and more people leaving Chicago, in part due to the rising cost of housing and the lack of affordability housing. And this is a project that's been in progress for several years that I've been hearing things about. And it just boggles my mind that this isn't done yet and that this isn't a sealed deal. And when I heard that when I was asked to provide this testimony, I was so surprised that it was even necessary, that this wasn't just something that was already in progress. And so I hope that not only will this project be approved and green lighted and fast tracked, but that it will serve as a reminder to everybody in a position of power on the city council and in the city of Chicago of just the importance of rethinking our whole process for building affordable housing and creating a system where it's based on rules and not on patronage and not based on favors or particular people's interests or politics, and instead can be something where there's a process for building affordable housing like Encuentro Square on a massive scale to actually solve our city's housing crisis. So again, just to reiterate, I really hope that we can move forward and get Encuentro Square built and occupied as soon as possible, and that this will be very important, even if it is only a drop in the bucket. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time?
Chairwoman, we have
anybody else?
one hand raised by Eduardo Ortiz.
You can go ahead, Mr. Ortiz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Ortiz is going to speak Spanish and I'm going to translate in English.
Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Eduardo Ortiz, soy empleado de Lucha por 15 años. Soy el encargado de dar mantenimiento a los edificios de Lucha utilizando mi propio vehículo. A pesar de nuestro duro trabajo, Lucha nos está pagando muy debajo de la tarifa vigente, por lo que hemos firmado una petición pidiendo que nos respeten nuestra decisión de unirnos. Tenemos una voz en el trabajo. Queremos trabajar con la unión, pero Lucha hasta ahora no ha hecho. Es por eso que estamos pidiendo que se atrase el proyecto Encuentro. Gracias.
And I'm going to translate in English. Good morning. My name is Eduardo Ortiz, and I am a Lucha employee for 15 years. I'm in charge of maintenance in Lucha buildings. I use my own car to do my work. Even though the work is hard, Lucha is paying us way below of the standards. That's why we signed a petition asking to respect our decision to join forces and have a voice in the job. We want to work with the union, but Lucha haven't done contact us. That's why we are asking to delay the Encuentro project. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor Ortiz, y a su traductor.
Thank you.
Anybody else signed up to speak?
Chairwoman, I don't see any other hands. There is a phone number. If people on the phone wish to raise their hand in Zoom, they can press *9 on their phone.
Okay, we'll give them a couple of seconds to see if anybody else wants to.
I don't see any hand raised.
Seeing any more? Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 through 6 under the disposition heading, item number 7 under the ANLAP heading, item number 8 under the negotiated sale heading, and items 9 and 10 under the TIF plan heading? Do I have a motion?
Commissioner Cox.
Motion by Commissioner Cox. Do I have a second?
I second.
Was that Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Abstain.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Is Commissioner Tunney back? I don't think so. Okay, Commissioner Villegas?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbach?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is D1, a proposed technical amendment to institutional plan development number 43, submitted by the applicant, Alderman Leslie Hairston, from the 5th Ward, for property generally located on the 5600 block of South Maryland and South Drexel Avenues. The amendment to the plan development would add 3 parcels to subarea B, rezone and incorporate the sites located at 5600 South Drexel Avenue, 5635 South Maryland Avenue, and 5627 South Maryland Avenue into institutional plan development 43. No other changes to the plan development are proposed. Patrick Brutus will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman Flores. Good morning, commissioners and members of the Plan Commission. For the record, I'm Patrick Brutus with the Department of Planning and Development. Today, also on the online presentation are representatives of the University of Chicago. In the event that additional clarity or input is needed, Paul Shadle of DLA Piper, who represents the university, is also here today to provide additional details if necessary. The proposed technical amendment to institutional plan development number 43 seeks to incorporate 3 parcels on the 5600 block of South Maryland and 1 on the 5600 block of South Drexel Avenues and incorporate the sites into the institutional plan development number 43. The subject areas, the subject sites are in the Hyde Park community area on the city's southeast side. A demographic snapshot of the area is included here, which lays out some of the, background information in the community with respect to race, ethnicity, general population, age cohorts, and etc. The subject sites on Maryland are situated on the east side of South Maryland Avenue with a vacant lot to the south, the West Campus utility plant to the north, University of Chicago Medicine's parking garage and the adult emergency room to the immediate west and across the street. Also to the west and across the street is the university's new high bay research building. The subject site at 5600 South Drexel, here identified as C, the other two are A and B, also is in very close proximity to the aforementioned university buildings to the south and east. Another critical Hyde Park community anchor is the University of Chicago campus. The campus is primarily situated north and south of the Midway Plaisance between Cottage Grove and Stony Island. The subject parcels sites are located at 5627 South Maryland, 5635 South Maryland, and 5600 South Drexel. As you can see, they are pictured here in yellow and in the upper side of things. The applicant has filed this technical amendment to institutional plan development to incorporate the subject parcels on Maryland and Drexel into PD 43 sub-area B. Currently, there are scattered properties throughout the plan development which are not currently owned by the university, and they are therefore excluded from PD 43, leaving several donut holes, as it were, within the boundaries of the plan development. The university has recently acquired these three buildings and now seeks to rezone the property from RM5, all three are zoned RM5, to institutional PD and incorporate them into the plan development boundaries. To conclude, the proposed technical amendment application here, the zoning administrator has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed technical amendment to institutional plan development number 43 would be appropriate for the site for the following reasons. It is consistent with the character of the area due to other rezonings and growth and development trends, and it is compatible with surrounding zoning. Any and all future improvements to the site require compliance with the design guidelines and regulations of PD number 43 and site plan review and approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Further, any information presented to the Chicago Plan Commission prior to the issuance of any site plan approval by DPD would be required for any proposed development which contains more than 75,000 square feet of floor area or any development proposal that would exceed 80 feet in height. So based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that the proposed technical amendment to institutional plan development number 43 be approved, and the recommendation to the Chicago City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards be passage recommended. That concludes my presentation, Chairman Flores.
Thank you, Patrick. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
Hi, Commissioner Flores. This is Commissioner Moore. I have a question. Is this buildings or land? Vacant land or buildings?
Thank you, Commissioner Moore, for your question. The three parcels that the university recently acquired are improved parcels, meaning they are buildings on A, B, and C. And again, the applicant, which is the alderman, seeks to include these three parcels inside the boundaries of Plan Development 43. So these are three improved parcels. Yes.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Is Alderman Hairston here to make a statement, or is there a letter of support on file?
Yeah, we have been informed that she is not attending today's meeting, but we have a letter of her support on file with the application, with the package. Thank you, Chairman Flores.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to institutional plan development number 43 submitted by the applicant, Alderman Leslie Hairston? for property generally located on the 5600 block of South Maryland and South Drexel Avenues, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
Commissioner Wagensback, so moves.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Wagensback. Do I have a second?
Second, Piñeiro.
Second, Piñeiro. Thank you. Now we will roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
I did not hear.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed industrial corridor map amendment application submitted by JFA Real Estate LLC for the property generally located at 9901 South Cottage Grove Avenue and located within the Burnside Industrial Corridor. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M1-1 to NC3-1 to unify the zoning across a site under single ownership. Erica Selke will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. This is an application for a zoning map amendment in the Burnside Industrial Corridor located at 9901 South Cottage Grove. This is in the 8th Ward. The applicant is JFA Real Estate. So it's located in the Pullman community area in the far south region of the city of Chicago. The site here, you can see the entire site outlined in red, located just south of 99th Street along Cottage Grove Avenue, just north of the Bishop Ford Expressway to the east of Chicago State University. The site is located in the Burnside Industrial Corridor. The map on the right-hand side is a land use map. And then on the left-hand side is an aerial map with the industrial corridor outlined. You can see the site is located on the south leg of the industrial corridor. Here's a close-up view of the industrial corridor here, the site in red. Given planning context, Chicago Sustainable Industries looked at all of the industrial corridors in the city and said that these boundaries should be further reviewed and to see if amendments are needed. And here is the planning context. You can see Burnside on the upper center portion of that map. This is a zoning map. The portion of the site that we're looking at today is just the M1-1 portion, that thin sliver. And then the remainder of the site is C3-1. And with that, I'll pass it off to Michael Esger, who's the attorney for the applicant.
Thank you, Erica. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, Michael Esger on behalf of JFA Real Estate LLC is the applicant. And this is really a technical zoning amendment, and we're before you because of the Burnside Industrial Corridor. We have, as Erica mentioned, the lot to the south was rezoned to C33 back in 2009. And this rezoning from M11 to C31 C31, I mistakenly said C33, C31, is a technical correction so that we don't have split zoning on the lot. And so it's really, as you'll see on the next slide, we're rezoning an existing accessory driveway that provides access to the site that's already built. And so this, if we go, yes, to this slide, you'll see that the driveway in question runs south of 99th Street and immediately adjacent to the existing facility. You can see another view of it here. It provides driveway access for the properties that are to the east of Cottage Grove. The next site shows the existing driveway that's been there for many years. And there's an access easement that allows the properties that are immediately adjacent to the driveway to use this to access their facilities. Another view of this looking from the west of the site, looking back east at Cottage Grove. And we can go to the next slide. The site plan is essentially, it's the existing driveway. There's no new work proposed with this technical amendment. And I'll turn it back over to you, Erica.
Thank you. So DPD recommendations, the proposal will not adversely affect the continued industrial viability of the Burnside Industrial Corridor, and it complies with the existing Chicago Sustainable Industries Plan and is consistent with land use patterns in this portion of the Burnside Industrial Corridor. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant?
I have one question. This is Commissioner Moore. I noticed on one of the slides, it showed a residential neighborhood. I think it was to the north. And I just wondered, will this, that one, will this access to the manufacturing site, it will not affect the residents at all, correct?
That is correct. This is a long-standing driveway. It was under unusual circumstances, it was acquired separately from the rest of the site, which was rezoned. I've talked to, because of the notice that we sent out, several of the residents, and I think everyone understands this is just their driveway that's been there forever, and it does not impact the residents to the south. There's fencing and a barrier separating the driveway from 99th Street.
From the street. That's what it looked like. Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
Are you all going to do anything? That little fencing looks horrible.
At some point, hopefully this will spur on some additional projects, and there'll be an opportunity to work with CDOT and DPD to try to fix that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cox, you wanted to say something?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know we have discussed this very often. There are, uncompatible land uses that are adjacent one to the other. There's a fully occupied, stable, single-family neighborhood just beyond this site. And then, of course, you have this land use right next door. Often, what is needed is certainly more than a fence, certainly more than a shrub or a row of trees. Often what you really need is a robust landscape buffer between two incompatible land uses. We have to imagine the families that come off of their street and onto this street every day, and what is their experience looking at a use which is really not compatible with their own. So I feel, I think the landscape buffer is not just a nice to have. I think it's an absolute necessity. And so I just want clarity that that issue is an issue that will move forward simultaneously with this amendment that's being asked for. And I don't know if that's a question for the staff But I would like some clarity on that.
Noah, did you want to respond to that?
Sure, Chairwoman. I think we should get a response from their attorney, Mr. Esger, but just for the record, there is a ZBA resolution in place, and if the entity that wishes to operate their cannabis business on site moves into the building, they do have some obligations under their special use to do landscape improvements along the northern edge, including the planting of some shrubs and trees. So a minimal amount. I know, Commissioner, it's not to the extent we had hoped to see, but some improvements will happen along that edge. And I think further comment should come from their attorney.
Thank you, Noah. And additionally, right now, there's no project proposed. Again, that's a technical amendment to unify the zoning lot under the same zoning. Certainly the C zoning is potentially more consistent. It's less intensive than the M zoning in terms of use. So it is, I think, more consistent with the character of this portion of the Burnside Industrial Corridor. So that is a good thing. Right now, there's no project proposed. We're hoping that in the future, shortly, that there could be another project, and if there is, that will have to come before the DPD and potentially ZBA. With there's an air quality, the new air quality ordinance, of course, triggers a site plan review. And so in the future, and hopefully sooner than later, that could happen. And this is a necessary first step to hopefully addressing those concerns, Mr. Commissioner.
And thank you for the clarification. I just want wanted the audience and the commissioners know that DPD will have an opportunity to address the site plan and proper landscaping so that the new occupant of this facility will help to improve the quality of life for all those residents who live adjacent to it. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Up next, we have Commissioner Reyes.
Just briefly, I totally agree with Commissioner Cox. I think it's important that we have parameters and benchmarks so we can truly protect the neighbors, because it's clear from the picture that this is a well-established residential neighborhood. So I think that we have to be way more respectful than we have been so far. So I hope that with this technical amendment that we are going into that direction.
Thank you. Is Alderman Harris here to make a statement? No? Okay.
We have previously talked to the Alderman's office and understand that she is supportive.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for the staff or the applicant? Not seeing any more hands. Do I have a motion on the proposed industrial corridor map amendment application submitted by JFA Real Estate LLC for the property generally located at 9901 South Cottage Grove Avenue and located within the Burnside Industrial Corridor, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Motion by Commissioner Cox. Do I have a second?
Second by Reyes.
Second by Reyes. I will now do roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi. Stepped away. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara.
Yes.
Stepped away.
No, I said yes.
Oh, that was a yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinedo.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Biaggi is a yes. Sorry about that.
Okay, Commissioner Biaggi is a yes. We have that for the record. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is item D3. A proposed plan development submitted by Greater Chicago Food Depository for the property generally located at 4100-4230 West Ann Lurie Place and 4044-4210 South Carlove Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the 880,300 square foot subject property from M2-3 to industrial institutional plan development. The applicant proposes a 36,700 square foot addition to its existing 275,000 square foot food warehouse and packaging facility to add a meal preparation facility and other ancillary uses. The overall plan development will also include open space, 337 vehicle parking spaces, and parking for delivery and semi trucks. This is in the 14th Ward. Nolan Seraph will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, for the record, my name is Nolan Zaroff with the Department of Planning and Development. Again, the item before you this morning is a proposed plan development for the Greater Chicago Food Depository located at 4100 to 4230 West Ann Lurie Place and 4044 to 4210 South Carlove Avenue in the 14th Ward. The applicant appears before you today because they are proposing to rezone the property from M2-3 Light Industry District to an industrial institutional plan development in order to build a 36,700 square foot addition to their existing facility. The proposal also includes open space, 337 vehicle parking spaces, and parking for delivery trucks and semi-trucks to support their operations. The size of the site is greater than 10 acres, which triggers a mandatory plan development. The subject property is located in the Southwest Planning Region in the Archer Heights community area. According to CMAP, there are around 14,000 residents in the community area, of which 15% are white, 77% Hispanic or Latino, 6% Asian, and 1.3% some other race. Around 33% of the residents are under 19 years of age, 25% are over 50, and the median household income is just over $50,000 per year. The subject property, indicated in red here, includes the existing Greater Chicago Food Depository site at 4100 West Ann Lurie Place and approximately 9-acre vacant lot located west of Keeler Avenue and vacated Keeler Avenue. The property is located in the Stevenson Industrial Corridor and is bounded on the north, west, and south by industrial uses. To the east is the Pulaski Promenade Shopping Center. The subject property, again indicated in red here, is currently zoned M2-3 Light Industry District, and the applicant proposes to rezone it to an industrial institutional plan development. Adjacent zoning includes other manufacturing zoning districts and Plan Development 1198, which is the Pulaski Promenade Shopping Center. Here you can see the subject property outlined in red with the existing facility on the eastern portion of the site. The proposed expansion would span a vacated Keeler Avenue and include the vacant land on the west portion of the site. You can also see here the adjacent industrial uses, the Stevenson Expressway along the north, and the back of the Pulaski Promenade Shopping Center to the east. The subject property is located in the Stevenson Industrial Corridor. There are no DPD authored plans or authored or adopted plans that directly impact the property. I will now turn the presentation over to Mariah DeGrino, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal. Ms. DeGrino, are you ready?
I am, thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent the Greater Chicago Food Depository in this matter. The Greater Chicago Food Depository is a nonprofit organization that has been fighting hunger throughout Cook County since 1978. The proposed plan development allows the food depository to add a meal prep facility to its existing facility in the Archer Heights neighborhood, where it has been located since 2004. The existing facility is an approximately 268,000 square foot building, housing administrative offices, volunteer programming, training programs, and the food depository's warehouse and distribution facility. Since that facility was built, the food depository's facility needs have shifted. including a need for more cold storage capacity, resulting in the inclusion of more fresh foods in distributions, and a larger meal prep facility to address increased need and demand for prepared meal deliveries. In 2019, the Food Depository completed renovations at the existing facility to provide more cold storage space, upgrade its warehouse, and provide new spaces to engage volunteers. In anticipation of the new meal prep facility, the Food Depository acquired the property located immediately west of the existing facility on the west side of Keeler Avenue and vacated the segment of Keeler through the city's not-for-profit vacation program. That vacation was completed in March of 2020. The PD application will allow construction of the new meal prep facility on the combined site. The meal prep facility will allow the Food Depository to further its mission to address and end hunger in the region by providing nutritious prepared meals for people at increased risk of hunger, while also creating jobs and economic impact for populations and communities that have historically been impacted by inequity and disinvestment. As some or all of you may know or remember, this application was on the Plan Commission's docket 2 years ago. The fateful March 2020 meeting, which was of course deferred by the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the stay-at-home order. In that moment, the Food Depository immediately shifted into a full-on emergency food response, leading the city's efforts to distribute food into communities on an unprecedented scale. With that experience came learning opportunities and a broadened perspective, which informed the Food Depository's objectives regarding this project. So I am very excited to be here, and it is my pleasure to invite the Food Depository's CEO, Kate Mayer, to say a few words about the Food Depository, its mission and objectives with the project. Kate, if you could please state your name and role, and welcome.
Thank you, Mariah. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I am Kate Mayer. I am the CEO of the Greater Chicago Food Depository, and it is a privilege to be here a little bit later than we anticipated. I think many of you know about the Greater Chicago Food Depository, and Mariah gave an overview, but for a little bit of context, we are the food bank that serves our hungry neighbors all across Chicago and the suburban communities in Cook County. We do this work in partnership with 700 amazing community organizations on the front lines of feeding our neighbors. 4 years ago, we recognized that there was a growing need, particularly among older adults, people with disabilities, and people with chronic health conditions, for prepared, healthy meals. And so we set about a bold plan to create a facility that would make it possible to provide jobs, but also to provide amazing made from scratch meals. Of course, all of that was before we heard of the words COVID or pandemic. And as Mariah suggested, in March of 2020, we shifted and immediately began to mount the largest emergency response in the history of our organization. We saw the need for food surge. It continues today at an historic rate. More people are turning to the Greater Chicago Food Depository today by a significant percent than we were serving in January of 2020. And in January 2020, I will note, we were doing a booming business, serving more than 800,000 of our neighbors. In the moment when we paused this plan, we made a commitment to learn all of the lessons that we could from the pandemic. And there were plentiful lessons. The first thing that we learned is that the need is even deeper and more acute than we had initially surmised. Every day we have met new people who are facing food insecurity and who cannot access food through traditional means of going to a grocery store. At the same time, we saw new responses coming forward, community-based meal preparation programs that are dynamic and responsive to the needs of their neighbors. So we made a decision to shift our strategy to partner more holistically with community-based organizations to bring forward solutions to make sure that our neighbors have food to eat. I actually think there's a slide I'm going to ask. I'm not sure who's controlling the slide, but we'll, if you want to, or we can just, excellent. So there's even one more slide. Wonderful. So the shift was to really partner more effectively with community-based organizations. I'll lift up two. There's an organization called Shy Fresh that we have done a pilot with to make sure that our neighbors on the south side of Chicago, and in particular, this is an effort that we've done with the organization You Can, so families with children are getting meals. Another pilot that we've done with the organization Little Black Pearl and their Carver 47 restaurant, making sure that families have meals. We've had an incredible amount of learnings, and we are bringing forward, as a result, a revised plan. The facility that we are building will be smaller. It will be more targeted. We will still be making meals from scratch, and they will be meals that will still go out to our most vulnerable neighbors, older adults, people with chronic health conditions, and people with disabilities. We have been piloting a home meal delivery program in the Roseland community since January. The feedback that we have gotten from clients has been absolutely staggering. I will share a comment that we got from one of the recipients in the programs just last week. I feel special. I wasn't thrown anything. The meal that I've gotten is good, healthy food. It makes me feel special. When I go to the freezer and take one of the meals out, I find myself smiling. Every time I warm up a meal, it's like going to a fancy restaurant. It's gourmet. It's prepared nicely. It's the right portions. It's good food. And when I'm full, I'm not still hungry. I feel satisfied. I'm not eating bread or fillers. I'm healthy and I'm full. That's the vision of this effort. If you can go forward one more slide. Throughout this process of reimagining the future of this project, we have engaged stakeholders. We have engaged stakeholders through focus groups, through community convenings, and we continue to engage partners in our backyard. All of our community partners in the Brighton Park, Archer Heights, Back of the Yards, New City neighborhood, but frankly, all of our partners across the city, as well as clients of food pantries and soup kitchens who face hunger. With that, I'm going to hand it back, I believe, to Tom to talk through the specifics of the design.
All right, thank you, Kate. Good morning, Madam Chair, staff, commissioners, and audience. For the record, my name is Tom Rowland. I'm a principal with the architecture firm Partners by Design. We are partnering with GCFD and the rest of the team on this project. Very excited about it. I'm going to walk you through the architectural and engineering team scopes and portion of the project here. This slide here starts to recap a little bit of what Kate was touching on, where we started originally in 2019, and then with the revised design in 2019, as again, GCFD continues to analyze the need and the requirements. Obviously, we hit a pause button on the entire project as we entered the pandemic. If we hop to the next slide, please, this will start to give you a little bit of where we've landed. So, this is a view looking north on the south portion of the campus. Center line of the slide to the right, you see the existing building, and then to the left, you see the proposed addition there with the main entry, some wood materials that's warming up the entry, and then some precast that handles the majority of the meal prep facility. If we hop to the next slide, please. Walk you through and just orientate you on the site here a little bit. We have the existing facility at roughly 220,000 square feet. That's indicated in gray here. In white, we have the proposed meal prep facility that's roughly 36,700 square feet. You can start to see that South Keeler Avenue is vacated, but still used for access for incoming and outbound truck traffic. The new site is going to provide new detention. We're expanding the detention to the south, and then we're providing new detention in the northwest corner of the adjacent parcel that is now enveloped in. We are adding roughly 224 new vehicle parking stalls that you see on the south bottom left corner and the upper left corner as well, with some additional truck parking. And then we have a future urban farm space that's center line of the campus on the west side there. that GCFD is in discussions with a partner there. From a community standpoint, the desire for GCFD was really to create a new meal prep facility that addressed all the concerns that Kate just mentioned, but also address, they have roughly 20,000 plus volunteers that come in yearly through this facility. So the arrival sequence, the experience for those volunteers, their staff, vendors, and so forth was also a big part of the discussion of the design of this building and how you link these two buildings. So you'll start to see on the southern portion of the addition and wrapping around to the southeast and southwest corners around that addition, really outdoor public spaces that are geared towards utilization by staff, by volunteers, by visitors, and so forth, with outdoor gathering spaces, plantings, places to sit and rest, and basically gather as a community. So that's really the overview of the site. If we jump to the next slide, please. This starts to give you a little blow up and enlarged plan of the proposed meal prep facility. So again, in gray is the existing facility. So really a good portion of the southern portion of that gray box is the existing offices on floor 1, floor 2. Going a little bit deeper into the existing space where you see the star, the blue star there, that's their volunteer orientation space. So again, that's a big place for volunteers to arrive. And then north of that and into the part of the plan that's cut off on this plan is really the distribution and storage facility. To the left there, you start to see the demarc of the existing facility in the pink line that shows the existing building abutting the new building. The 3 colors here we're indicating on the new addition. One, the sort of light pink starts to show the lobby space and the connection public corridor to the volunteer area. The yellow is indicating office and support space. And then really all the blue is all the meal prep facilities. So you have inbound receiving docks, outbound shipping docks, food storage, kitchen, pre-pack out, pack out, coolers, and so forth. So that's really the main production portion of the facility in blue. So again, really light touches to make sure the arrival sequence and the public connection and volunteer connection experience is great as they move towards the existing volunteer orientation space. And then the majority of the facility is really geared towards, as Kate mentioned, these great meal product productions. If we hop to the next slide, please. Just walk you through some of the elevations. Again, this starts to be the main entry, the south elevation. So to the right is the existing building you see in the background shaded out. The right portion then where we have 2-story glass curtain wall with a small canopy would be the main entrance. We have a panelized wood cladding that you see there in the light brown that starts to be sort of just that idea of warming, inviting arrival sequence. We are looking at doing some backlit signage up here for GCFD. And then again, the majority of that south facade starts to be a precast element. And then you start to see some of the planter elements in front and to the right and to the left that would be those community gathering spaces. The next slide here will start to show the, sorry, get my people on over here. This will start to show the west elevation. So again, now we're looking at the, what you see there's 3 dock doors. That starts to be the outbound at gray docks. So once these packages and these meals are all prepared, they're going to go out in small box trucks and things like that. So that's those enclosed docks. So it's all interior space. The next slide starts to be the shipping inbound docks. So there's 4 inbound docks that we have here with some windows into the office and storage and support spaces. And to the left, you start to see the existing building there just in the section cut. And again, all precast. The next slide here starts to just show you then that east version. We have the existing facility on the right in a section cut. And again, we really are creating a nice glass volume so that first experience for volunteers, staff, vendors, and so forth is really sort of uplifting as they come into the space. And hopping to the next slide then. Just to give you an overview of traffic, transportation, and parking. In terms of plan orientation, again, we have the main vehicular access, which is going to be from the planned south Anne Laurie Place. That's going to be our main entry. We're going to have a secondary entry exit from South Carloff there that you see to the right. We'll have new monument signs on those indicated in blue. All the truck traffic that exists today will stay on the north side of the plan from 40th West Street. So that will maintain existing. And then you can start to see where we're putting new parking in this, again, in the lower left plan and the upper left plan. Again, staff, visitors, volunteers. In terms of CDOT, CDOT approved an original traffic study that was done by V3 back in 2019. V3 has validated, our civil engineer has validated those new design trips based on that existing report, and our new trip count is less than those. So we're meeting all the original intent, and therefore the valid, the recommendations are still valid from the original report. South Keeler is now vacated, and then all the streets and sidewalks adjacent are going to be restored to CDOT, restored or repaired to CDOT standards. All parking is going to be buffered via landscape design and adjacent right-of-way requirements, and parking is to be shared and expanded to meet all requirements for GCFD. If we hop to the next slide, this is again just a little bit of the recap of the traffic impact study that was completed by V3 and then revised and updated for this submission. V3 conducted all their capacity utilizing the HCS7 for existing and future project conditions during peak AM and PM hours. Again, since no level of service or capacity issues are noted, V3 concluded that the proposed lane configuration of single approach and departure lanes with no auxiliary lanes is acceptable for the site driveways. The recommendations they had were consistent use of stop signs and stop bars, pedestrian crosswalks, and installation of all way placards at all stop signs. Slide 21, then the next slide, we're just going to touch a little bit on open space and landscaping. Again, the concept here in working with Kate and her team was really the development of that arrival sequence. So for volunteers, staff, and so forth, as they arrive from Ann Laurie Place and pull onto the campus, really wanted to create a front yard and a front door experience for people arriving into the site. So this front yard arrival is both a functional arrival experience with parking, site detention, landscape buffers, and places to occupy for staff, but it's also inviting for site utilization for staff and so forth. We'll get into some details on the precast facade on that south facade. The goal is to look at that as sort of a arrival mural that is the merging of art and architecture, and we'll show you a little bit of that upcoming. You can also see we talked a little bit about the future urban garden on the west side, and so the goal is to really keep 1/3 of that whole area, that new expansion to the west of South Keeler, as open farm space, which is great and exciting. As well as around the addition, we're creating new public and planting spaces and occupiable spaces on the south, southwest, and southeast corners of that new facility. So again, we're maximizing the exposure of daylight and outdoor utilization of space. And then finally, I would just say that the tree count for the site calls for a proposed 231 additional trees beyond what exists today, which is roughly almost 147% above the required code requirement. Next slide there, we'll talk about stormwater. Again, as I mentioned, we have the site detention to the south, which we're expanding. And then we have a new site detention in the upper left-hand corner, that northwest corner of the site that'll cover the majority of the things middle of the site north. Per V3, our civil engineer, the rate control requirements providing stormwater detention basins on the north and south portion of the site will manage a 100-year storm event. And the proposed project meets volume control requirements by reducing the existing site impervious area by approximately 33%. If we jump to the next slide, please. The sustainable goals. GCFD has been very driven on achieving LEED certification. Right now, we're targeting LEED Silver. Any enhancements beyond that would be great, which we'll study. But right now, we are targeting LEED Silver as the goal for the project. And we are pursuing a variety of strategies to achieve this goal. A couple highlighted include indoor water use requirements, electrical vehicle charging stations day one, as well as electrical vehicle charging readiness in the future, 80% waste diversion, and so forth. Hopping to the next slide. Again, this is from Clayco. We're partnering with Clayco as our general contractor. And the food depository set a goal associated with this project of creating jobs and economic opportunity of 35% diverse participation. Clayco, our GC, as I mentioned, will work to ensure that our project workforce is reflective of the community we serve. And our contractor will work with community organizations across Chicago, such as HACIA, Chicago Women in Trades, BCOE, Revolution Workshop, and USMCA to ensure the success of our community strategy. Sliding to the next slide here, this starts to give you, and again, these I'm going to walk through just a few exterior renderings. We can go through these pretty quick, but just to give you some sort of look and feel experience. This is a view, bird's eye view looking north from the south of the campus. So again, you start to see on the right of the plan the existing facility. Center line, you start to see the glass box, which is our main entry arrival moment with some wood cladding there that starts to be warm and inviting. And then to the left of that, you start to see the precast panels. Only conceptually indicated on there are some textures and colors. This, though, we look at this entire south facade and wrapping around the southwest corner as art and a mural and art integration. So this sort of beautiful integration of art and architecture into this arrival sequence when people come in and pull in off Ann Laurie. This also gives you a good shot of the plantings, landscape planters, and some of the spaces we're creating around the southeast, southwest, and south portion of the addition for staff use, community use, volunteer use, pre and post functions of volunteering. Jumping to the next slide.
If I could interrupt for just a second, if we could just try to wrap up the presentation. Thank you.
Just to give you a couple shots of the materials, we have a curtain wall with sun control and solar control indicated. We are doing a ceramic fritted glass with some bird glass for bird safety, and then concrete panels with a wood panelized material. And then we can fly through these last couple slides here and get to, again, the south elevation, main entry. The next one is of a bird's eye view of that southwest corner, so the mural wrapping around the corner. The next view is that main entry up close, and you see the existing building to the right. And then I think we close with just a bird's eye view of the existing and new coming together in this new arrival moment. I think that should be it if we hop to the next slide. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So DPD has concluded that the proposal is appropriate for the site and supports this development for the following reasons. It promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood, as evidenced by redeveloping a formerly vacant industrial lot. It is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of uses, density, and building scale. It reinforces desirable urban features within the area. It provides accessible open space and recreation areas for residents and workers, and landscapes open areas on the site, and it complies with the DPD standards. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for this plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Nolan, and the rest of the team for that complete presentation. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Murphy, Osterman, and Tunney are in attendance. And I see that Commissioner Tunney had his hand raised.
Chairwoman, just to be recognized, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Let me just say, it, as a restaurateur and the good work that the food depository does, it is a phenomenal project. And then just FYI, when you get to my committee on zoning, you'll have to edit your spectacular performance today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Moore.
Hello, I just wanted to just take a very few minutes to say how important the Chicago Food Depository was for the last couple of years. And I am proud that my organization, Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, was one of the 700 organizations that helped get food to those people who could not access it themselves on the south and west sides of Chicago and in the south suburbs where we serve. So I want to thank you, Kate, for all the work you all did. It is very much noted. It was very much needed and heartfelt appreciation I'm sure from all of us. Thank you.
Next, we have Commissioner Lyons.
Want to echo and just thank the Greater Chicago Food Depository for all your hard work, for many years. And in particular, I know for the hospitality workers that my organization, Unite Here Local 1, represents, who, found themselves 90% laid off practically overnight. The Greater Chicago Food Depository literally saved our members and hospitality workers across the city, their lives and their families. So I know many people who relied on you and your services, and just want to say thank you for all your hard work and what you were able to do for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I also would just like to acknowledge the Greater Chicago Food Depository and really the visionary leadership of its CEO and president. I think it's hands down probably the best in the country. And I've had the pleasure of touring it, and it's just an amazing operation. And I just want to also thank you for the work you've done in response to COVID, and that you have not been deterred in your larger aspirations to build out the campus. So it's wonderful to see you come back. I must admit as well, most folks who are, mission driven like this don't always pay a lot of attention to the physical environment that they're creating. Your organization is an enormous exception. It's a beautiful facility, and people feel dignified every day they go in to work there. So I'm just pleased to see in your expansion that you've kept the bar very high. I would just encourage your architecture team to reach out to DCASE. They have an award-winning mural art program that brings some of the best Chicago artists and make them easily available to you so that you can realize the kind of artistic vision. But just so pleased with your organization and just being a part of the community, and know that there are folks out there like you that take this service seriously and treat it with all of the dignity that it deserves. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Novara.
Thank you. I won't repeat, but I share the accolades for the organization, of course. And what I will say is I also very much appreciated the presentation from Kate and your orientation around learning, what you learned through this process, how you adjusted based on what you learned. And I think that's just such an important orientation for all of us in positions of leadership. So thank you for modeling that in your work and in your presentation today.
Thank you. If I could just add that, again, as everybody has spoken, I obviously support this project. It's a great mission. I actually completed all my high school volunteering hours at this facility, so I'm very familiar, and it reminds me that I need to go back and do some more of that. And also, just the addition is so beautiful. So happy to see that it's growing in that direction. So thank you again. I don't see any more hands raised. I know Alderman Burke is here to speak about this item. Thank you. If you want to go ahead.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, I could hear you.
It's Ed Burke, and I'm proud and happy to recommend that the full commission approve the application that you're considering today. We're proud that the Greater Chicago Food Depository is a citizen of the 14th Ward and has been for many years. I became familiar with the organization back in the early 1990s when the leader of the Greater Chicago Food Depository was retired Marine General Mike Mulqueen. He spent 15 years as the executive director and oversaw the growth of the organization until his retirement. He went from being a military hero to being a hero for the needy and the hungry. It was his wisdom that led the organization to move from 4501 Trip in a very small and restricted warehouse to the magnificent campus that today is such an important part of the city. And although he was wise in his commitment to remain in the city of Chicago, perhaps the wisest decision that he made was to recommend Kate Mayer to be his successor. Kate has built on the legacy that General Mulqueen created, and I think that I am not overstating her accomplishments by saying that she is, in my opinion, perhaps the best and most accomplished leader of a not-for-profit in our nation today. As I said earlier, the organization could have moved to the suburbs, but it was General McQueen and his board who decided that they would remain here on the Great Southwest Side. And as we say in the law, res ipsa loquitur, the thing speaks for itself. We're very proud to be neighbors of the Greater Chicago Food Depository, and proud and happy to be able to recommend to all the members that you vote in favor of this wise expansion of what I think is perhaps the finest not-for-profit that I have ever encountered. And at the same time, I'm sure I speak for all of our neighbors when I wish good health and success to Kate and her dedicated and passionate staff as they go about the business of continuing to feed the needy and the hungry of the entire Chicago region. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for permitting me to say a few words.
Thank you, Alderman. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the alderman or the applicant? Not seeing any more hands go up. Do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by Greater Chicago Food Depository for the property generally is okay. For the property generally located at 4100-4230 West Ann Lurie Place and 4044-4210 South Karlov Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved, Novara.
Motion by Novara, second by
Alderman Villegas.
Commissioner Villegas, thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman? Stepped away. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Wagensbeck?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please add Osterman as a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Osterman. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is where I recuse myself and I ask Commissioner Piñeiro to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Flores. So the next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed plan development submitted by the applicant, Encuentro Square 1 LP, for property generally located at 1800 to 1840 North Hamlin, 1821 to 1857 North Hamlin, and 3735 to 3759 West Cortland, and 1820 to 1856 North Ridgeway. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from an M1-1 limited manufacturing / business park district and M1-2 limited manufacturing / business park district to an RM6 residential multi-unit district, then to a planned development. The request is sought to allow for a multi-unit residential development consisting of 187 residential dwellings, residential support services, park and recreation, community center, accessory parking, and accessory uses. The proposed plan development consists of 2 sub-areas with an overall maximum FAR of 1.7 and height of 85 feet. Sub-area A has a maximum FAR of 1.8 and consists of 89 residential dwelling units and 56 accessory off-street parking spaces. Sub-area B has a maximum FAR of 1.6 and consists of 98 residential dwelling units and the lesser of 79 off-street parking spaces, or the number of parking spaces required pursuant to the Chicago zoning ordinance. This project is in the 26th ward. James Harris will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Harris, James, please.
Could you confirm you're able to see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is James Harris with the Department of Planning and Development. As mentioned, the applicant is seeking approval of a plan development to allow for the construction of a 2-phase affordable residential development consisting of approximately 187 dwelling units and 135 parking spaces. The subject property has a common address of 1805 North Hamlin within the Logan Square community area and the 26th ward. As shown here, the subject site is located at the center of the Logan Square, Hermosa, and Humboldt Park community areas. These are communities that are majority Latino and have faced significant residential displacement pressures that have led to changes in demographics and housing. For context, the site is located at the western end of the 606 elevated pedestrian trail. The site is generally located at the southwest corner of Cortland Street and Ridgeway Avenue, and the site is in close proximity to 3 CTA bus routes. And the site is currently zoned for manufacturing with zoning designations of M1-1 and M1-2, and as shown here, the site is located in proximity to a number of public parks, educational institutions, and other neighborhood anchors. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Steve Friedland, who will provide an overview of the project and answer any questions. Mr. Friedland.
Thank you, James. My name is Steve Friedland with the law firm of Applegate Thorne Thompson, here on behalf of the applicant Encuentro Square #1 Limited Partnership. That is a joint venture between 2 Chicago-based developers, Evergreen Development and Lucha. Evergreen Development is an experienced developer of affordable housing in Chicago and around the country. And Lucha is a local not-for-profit developer of affordable housing. Both of them are teaming up to do this project. On the call today, we have a number of members of our team. Kate Gronstel from Evergreen is on the call. Lisette Castaneda, who is the executive director of Lucha, is here. Also, Charlene Andries from Lucha. Charlene is the director of affordable housing for the organization. We also have a number of members of our architecture team from Canopy Architects, Jaime Torres, Vanessa Wilshire, and Andrea McCoo. If you could go back one slide, James, I just wanted to speak to this and then I'm going to hand it over to Jaime. But again, just to give you a context of where this site is located, this is the west terminus of the 606. And it's the location of the old Magid glove factory, which has been vacant and for some time. The site's bounded by some existing manufacturing on the west and railroad tracks to the south and west. And on the east side of the site along Ridgeway is the existing McCormick YMCA. To the north of the site is a well-established residential community. So gives you a sense as to how this fits within the context. I know James mentioned some of the educational uses which are nearby. You can see them on the map. The Marine Leadership Academy is kitty corner to our site, and the McAuliffe Elementary School is just west of the site along just past the railroad tracks along Cortland. As you see on the site here, there is a green area that has a big number 1 on it. All of this land, our site and that site there, is owned by the city of Chicago, and the city is working with Chicago Park District, as we are, for the Park District to create a new public park in this location, which will be directly contiguous and adjacent to the site. We really wanted to dwell on the slide for a second because I think it helps understand why the city and the development team believe this is a good location for new residential development. It's a good transition from the surrounding manufacturing or non-residential uses to the west and south to the adjacent residential community, and offers a really nice termination to the 606. With that, I'm going to turn this over to Jaime Torres, and he'll take it from the next slide.
Thank you, Steve. Hello, I'm Jaime Torres Carmona, principal and founder of Canopy, Chicago-based architecture firm. I want to first of all thank all of the Plan Commission for hosting us here today. It's a great honor to be here with you all. This is a phenomenal site and neighborhood we've been working with for over the past few years, alongside Lucha, Evergreen, and the city to establish new, sustainable, affordable housing at the edge of the 606 trail. You'll see in the graphic here, the first 2 planned buildings, Building 1 and Building 2, those are facing Cortland, are intended to serve not only affordable housing for the neighborhood, but additional community amenities. You'll see at the top end of that graphic, there's a 3rd building, which is part of the phase 2 that would connect to the 606 trail. Next slide, please. As you can see, Steve's already touched on this a little bit. The context photos here give you a sense of the adjacencies surrounding the site. The site is flanked by a number of light commercial buildings, such as the YMCA, we've already talked about, Pierce Manufacturing, as well as existing housing stock and apartments. This is a really well embedded site for new development. Next slide, please. Jumping right into the design. Here's a view looking at Building 1, which is the western building due east along Cortland, a new 4-story apartment building with resident amenities, as well as you can kind of see in the background, a 6-story building with similar housing and neighborhood functions. The intent is to arrange the new building massings along Cortland as a cascading type move to respond to the existing adjacent Cortlandt Street context. Next slide. And here's another street view along Cortlandt with building number 2, the 6-story, as an anchoring 6-story apartment building with plans for a feature wall and other elements that provide greater presence in the neighborhood. A little bit about the context of the plan for the project. We developed our master plan and overall design working with a number of design standards, including the city's neighborhood design guidelines, DOH architectural standards, Lucha's health action plan, as well as DPD's Committee on Design program. And with this, I'm going to shift things over to Charlene from Lucha to talk a little bit about project timelines and community engagement.
Hello and good morning. Charlene Andrews with Lucha, co-developer for this project. And thank you to everyone for letting us present this project. Evergreen and Lucha were both engaged early on with the Trust for Public Land to discuss the site and the possibility for affordable housing at the site. In May of 2018, we came together as a joint venture and started looking at the project from that point on. We engaged several healthcare partners and community partners, as you see listed here, in the process of beginning the design for the tax credit application that we submitted in October 2019. Upon award of the tax credits in 2020, we engaged a number of community groups and several community meetings, along with engaging partners with our health action plan to inform the design. And that was presented in a public meeting in October 2021, along with being presented to the Committee on Design. And from that point, we took those comments and that is incorporated in the design that we are presenting today to Plan Commission. And I'll pass it back to Jaime.
Thank you, Charlene. Now, shifting back a little bit to the design itself, here's another look at the 2 buildings which are considered part of phase 1. There's a sub-area map. Next slide, please. The intent of the phase 1 to consider the western building and the eastern building as really kind of assemblages of this kind of part T of a 3-part project that really is intended to create a clustering effect for green spaces in and out of the resident experience to establish an interconnected set of outdoor spaces, but also provide means of safety and welcome throughout the site. So as what you see here on the diagram, you see the bottom edge of the site plan representing what would be the phase 2, which eventually will dovetail with the first 2 buildings. Next slide. And I'm going through these very quickly as we spend a lot of energy and effort on putting all this thing together. If we can shift a little bit to the next slides to get us into the buildings themselves. The intent with the westernmost building, again, the Hamlin side, building number 1, is a 4-story building. Programmatically, we're thinking of a building that not only provides community resources through resident supportive services and other community program. The ground floor, to address the Cortlandt frontage, we've introduced 2 apartments on the north face of the building. That's the pink coloration units there. And the second floor, if we go to the next slide, as a 32-unit building, again, 100% affordable housing, a variety of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms was essential for the program. Going to the next slides. There's a view of the roof plan. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly, getting into materiality and some of the rationale as to how we started cloaking the building and from plan to elevations. You'll see here that the response to the urban context of really thinking about a residential neighborhood and how 4 and 6-story buildings could provide more compatibility through familiar geometries of double pane operable windows throughout. James, and if we can keep progressing through these elevations, a little bit about the construction qualities for both of these buildings. We see phase one is these two buildings. It is rare in Chicago that a design team can have the opportunity to shape two buildings simultaneously for the sake of cost and the sake of budget, as well as the opportunity to achieve a great set of buildings. The material type that has been chosen for this project is cast in place concrete as the primary structure, with the rain screen cladding, which I'll get to in a little bit more in detail. And it is a little bit, you kind of have to squint, but to give us a little bit better sense of what the building is composed of, we'll provide some additional visuals here in a second. Next slide, please. And similarly for building number 2, these are both very special buildings, not just for the sake of housing, but for the sake of activating spaces that a normal apartment building might think otherwise about creating common spaces. We're looking at, for the second building, the opportunity of providing children's room and other, what we describe more as breakout spaces around circulation throughout the building interior. If we go to the next slide. From a density standpoint, the building number 2, which faces east off of Ridgeway, this is intended as a 57-story building, again with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments throughout. As you can kind of see in the plans, there's a light yellow hue that describes additional, which we call kind of breakout spaces for residents at the top of the building on the 6th floor. We're also thinking of creating additional spaces for respite and recreation. So we have an opportunity, we think, on the east building to have outdoor recreation. That would give us a connection to the downtown view, which could be tremendous. There's a view of the roof plan. And similarly, the vocabulary of building 1 and building 2, that they're kind of sisters to each other, and they can respond to each other from exposure to exposure. And then similarly, from a tectonic standpoint, we're looking at a cast in place construction for the building 2 with a rain screen cladding throughout in aluminum. And if we can jump a little bit ahead here. Here's another version of the site plan to give us a little bit more detail on circulation and parking components as a whole. We are intending for phase 1 to provide 56 total off-street parking spaces facing right off of Hamlin through curb cuts. And in terms of the overall urban design response to the site, overall, the goal was to create safe and attractive walkways, pedestrian routes throughout, is the spirit of the project. We sought to emphasize building entrances through inviting what we think of as more gentle bending-like elements for the shapes of the 2 buildings. From a scale standpoint, we wanted the new buildings to be compatible with the adjacent building massings throughout, but still serving as anchoring structures along the corners of the site. And a little bit more about the green space relationship to the buildings themselves. As I mentioned earlier, we are looking at this kind of triangular pattern for the, go back one slide. There you go, thanks. The lines that we're shaping between the green space and the building footprints are intended to provide a cross connectivity from building entrances, so that it is really intended as like more of a housing campus. And last but not least, from a facade articulation standpoint, We sought to respond to the history of the former industrial site through the use of a corrugated aluminum rain screen. The idea is to use the gradient pattern in addition to illuminated colored sunshades and other accent devices to really help kind of peel away from the idea that some buildings have a rear facade or an alley facade. In this case, the architectural language for the project seeks to convey a sense of both peace and tranquility through materiality and composition. And with this, I'm going to shift it over back to Charlene for some insight on sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaime. So yes, the project is pursuing the Enterprise Green Community Certification with a focus on health and housing. We are doing the health action plan criteria, which was part of our community engagement mentioned earlier. In addition, under the Sustainable Development Policy, we are pursuing working landscapes, tree planting, and waste diversion to meet our 100 points, with also a focus looking at electrical vehicle charging on the site. Next slide, please. The stormwater management design for the site essentially divides the site into an east and a western portion. So the site east of Hamlin, which contains building 1 and 2, and the site west of Hamlin, which contains the off-street parking, will have a restricted outfall to Hamlin's, the city sewer in Hamlin Street. And there we are meeting a minimum 15% reduction of impervious surface. In addition, we are designing with an alternate scope to address the stormwater detention from a future phase 2 as part of this project. Next slide, please. The site is located in a community preservation area, and under the ARO and per our application to the Department of Housing will be 100% affordable housing at not more than 60% area median income. With a total of 89 units, the majority of those are 2-bedroom units, with the balance split between 1-bedroom and 3-bedroom units, with a slight weight towards the 3-bedroom family units. We also have 9 units which are accessible, which is 10% of the units versus the 5% required. Next slide. Currently, the site is a vacant site. Formerly, it was the manufacturing facility on site, which will be redeveloped with the affordable housing as shown as part of Encuentro Square, creating a landmark development at the western trailhead of 606 Trail. The project will create 250 construction jobs, along with 5 permanent jobs during the operating phase. And the project is leveraging home funds and TIF funds and bringing private equity to the deal. Thank you.
James, this is Steve. Before we hand it back to you, I did just want to point one thing out. I know we went over the sub-area map relatively quickly, but the 2 buildings that we're proposing right now are in sub-area A. We are proposing up to 89 unit building in sub-area B, and that would be approved pursuant to a site plan review when that project is ready to go forward. I did just want to note that our plan documents provide that when sub-area B is developed, we would come back to the Plan Commission for a courtesy review of that building as part of our site plan review process. With that, I think that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. The department has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal is in compliance with all applicable policies and regulations. As such, please refer to the staff report for further details regarding the project and the plans presented here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application, being in conformance with all applicable provisions of the Chicago zoning code, be approved subject to compliance with the plans presented today. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, James, and thank you to the development team and the presenters. I see that we have some questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Wagaspak.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Yes, I just had a more out of curiosity. I really like this project, and I think it's really coming together almost a decade and a half after we started the 606 process. So, you know, getting the Canadian Pacific to essentially sell the city of the property to create the 606, and knowing that this was the terminus here, this is an outstanding project, and happy to support it. Support my colleague in the council as he moves this forward. So I don't know if this is a question for Steve or maybe CDOT or DPD, but when we're looking at these rail tracks to the south and the west of the property, can you speak to how you're addressing safety, sound issues? Obviously sound would be very difficult, but you have the two Metra lines that converge right there. And I know it's right next to the school, but I was wondering how you might address those issues with the two lines coming in right there. And just curious about that. Thank you.
I don't know if somebody else on the team wants to jump in, but
Yeah.
Is that Kate or?
Yeah, that was Kate. I was just going to say that, you know, this is part of why we have the site situated the way that we do with the overall plan, and why we have parking on that, you know, southwestern edge. So if you see there, like, the intent is for, you know, essentially that to be a buffer between those rail tracks and the buildings themselves. I would also say, like, as this is funded, you know, partly with low income housing tax credits, there are certain requirements that we have to meet, obviously, for noise. And so with that, all of these buildings, the structures are evaluated to ensure that they will attenuate enough of the noise that could be coming from the two rail tracks. And these facades actually are fairly robust, with the cast in place concrete, and then also the metal rain screen. And so those provide a pretty significant amount of noise attenuation, as well as the buildings then protecting the courtyard from that noise as well. Does that answer that?
Yes, it does. I was just looking at the design. That's what I felt, that it would manage that pretty well, and you've got a great buffer there. And I guess maybe this is just a longer term question. You know, we have obviously a very dense city. We have the rails going through there. And as you go a little further south from that 606 terminus, you know, right where that rail is, you have right by Wabansia, just really open access there. And I was just curious about how the city was going to address that. But I think that's something you don't need to worry about it here. I was just curious about the safety aspect of it for the families that would be living there, and how we treat the edges of the property to fence them off or whatever.
Yes, and that is being done through this. And we didn't, you know, obviously in this, don't go into all of the little details, but we do have the property fenced off, and that courtyard very protected, which is also part of our health action plan, as you know, a desire in the neighborhood to make sure there's a safe and secure play space for children that live in the development.
Yeah, that's excellent. And I think that was kind of what I was looking for. Sometimes you see in the suburbs, you know, around every metro line, they're putting up 10, 12-foot high walls, and they don't want a bit of sound coming from the highway or the trains. And I'm not saying we're doing that here, but just the safety aspect, I'm glad you guys, and the sound aspect, you know, are treating it very well for all the residents that would be there. So appreciate it very much.
Yep.
Thank you.
If I can add, Alderman, you know, we're of course working through the CREATE program, which is looking at things like grade separations and buffers and communities, working on those safety questions. So it's a good moment to be talking about it all across the city, because, you know, with the federal funding that's coming for these kinds of projects. So we're happy to engage more specifically with you on some of the sites in and around your ward.
Yeah, I think I figured you would have that kind of answer on it.
Okay.
Well, I'm not asking for walls, but I thought this was a good site. Just looking how Wabansia at that grade kind of comes up, and it's so open over there with all the people that come to the 606, and you have the schools there and this great building going up. I'm glad you're thinking about it. I know those are very long-term issues to address, but for me, it's always about the safety of curious children or adults who might, wander into those areas. So I'm glad that you're always thinking about that. Thank you.
Thank you for all the comments. Really good context around the project. Commissioner Burnett, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just like to take this opportunity to commend my colleague, Alderman Maldonado, for staying true to the game. This is a great affordable housing project. I know we just did another one for him. I think it was last month or the month before. I know it's challenging trying to encourage these things to happen in these gentrifying areas, but I appreciate him staying true to the people who need affordable housing and keeping this community balanced and diverse. So congratulations and kudos to him and everyone else who worked on this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Navarro.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to express my enthusiasm for this development from the Department of Housing's perspective, and to share, just reinforce a couple things that were shared that really matter to us. It has been a long time coming. The city partnered with the Trust for Public Land to acquire the site many years ago and remediate it. We're very excited to be at this point. And a couple things I just wanted to underscore. One is that through work with the alderman and the development team here, of the 89 units, 70 of them are 2 and 3 bedroom units. And I think that's a really important feature to note and to commend, because we know we have a lot of folks in this area that are looking for 3 bedroom units. And the corollary to that matters a lot is that 57 of these units are going to be made very, very affordable through the Chicago Housing Authority. And there will be a separate site, or there is a separate site-based waiting list for that, so that people who need deep levels of affordability can apply for that. And I think that's a really important piece for folks in the community to know and to be aware of. We know that Lucha and the Alderman's office will be helping make that known far and wide. But it matters a lot to us because we need to get those, especially 3 bedroom rents, down as low as possible. And the Housing Authority's involvement here is really crucial to getting that done. So grateful for CHA's involvement and for this great development. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reyes.
Briefly, I want to add to what has been said that I think this is an amazing model. We see public and private forces developing decent, safe, high quality, affordable housing in a community that has seen so much gentrification. I salute this project and amazing achievement. Bien hecho, Lucha.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I just would like to continue the accolades for this project. I will say first and foremost to Alderman Maldonado, who has proven to be just a fierce defender of the affordability of his community, particularly in an area that is gentrifying as fast as this area. To see a development of this scale and impact and sensitivity is just, again, a credit to his advocacy. I also feel that the architects are to be commended. Canopy, I think they're showing themselves to be amongst the more thoughtful and talented designers of affordable housing in the city. And these buildings are, I think we could all see from the care of the common spaces that were exhibited on those floor plans. The idea of a courtyard that really will belong to the families with children, so they have their own safe place to play. This is really just, again, it's incredibly thoughtful. It's a beautiful example of dignifying affordable housing by giving it the best architecture. And so congratulations. I also feel every time I see these larger views of the area, I realize there's so much more potential here. The 606 ends in that kind of spiral, but then there's all of that land just west yet to be designed as to whether that should be a park or how does it interface with the Metra, and then the other quadrants on the other side of the Metra. I think everything is pointing to a larger framework, and I hope to work with the alderman and the regional lead there, James Harris, to see if there's not more opportunity somewhere down the line to grab hold of those other quadrants to really increase this as the urban end of the 606. Again, congratulations to the team, and a beautiful, beautiful project.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the comments. I don't see any more hands raised. So is Alderman Maldonado here to make a statement?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Please go ahead, Alderman. We can hear you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me to be able to express a few words in great support for this great proposed development that's been in the works for 7 to 8 years. As many of you have said, this is a fast gentrifying community, and it's not easy to fight gentrification. And to give you a little bit of historical context of this parcel of land, this is, like it was said, this was the old Magic Glove factory that was there for decades and decades and decades, and then they relocated. And then the Trust for Public Land acquired this property with their expectation to add a park at the end of this 606, which, as it is, and as we all know, the 606 trail has been a significant force of gentrification in our Latino community of where the 606 crosses. And so it took us years to fight the attempts by the Trust of Public Land with the support from the community and push for the right affordable housing development like the one that we're seeing here today. And so, I mean, we're going to be adding 89 new affordable housing units for working families. 23 of them 3 bedrooms, 47 of them 2 bedrooms, and 19 of them 1 bedrooms. So, like I said, the community opposed other ideas, waiting for the right idea, which was always behind our heads, to come up with the right affordable housing development. And I know that it has been said, and there was some public comments by some workers for Lucha and others from SEIU with the ask of Lucha to sit down with the workers and try to negotiate a bargaining agreement with them. And Lucha doesn't have a problem with that. They have clearly stated that if the workers choose to organize themselves as being part of a union, that they will respect that. And so I have to tell you, to support In this gentrifying community, the idea of supporting affordable housing and the idea of supporting the rights of workers to organize, they are not mutually exclusive. So we should all work together. The workers that wish to get organized and Lucha with their commitment to respect the rights of the workers, move forward so that we can provide more affordable housing to the very same workers that are asking to be and to be organized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to make my remarks in support of this great development. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. I also see that Alderman Commissioner Villegas would like to make a statement. Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm sorry that I missed the opportunity, but I wanted to give kudos as well and jump on with the accolades with Alderman Maldonado, who's my colleague to the east. I mean, this to continue to be consistent and pushing for this project over the last 7 to 10 years, and then finally see it come to fruition, especially located where it's at, right near the 606, is just really commendable. And the fact that Alderman Maldonado has been just a champion for the working family in working with Lucha in order to make sure that the workers that are working there are going to be recognized is, again, a testament to the fact that he's fighting for the little guy, whether it be the renter seeking affordable housing or the worker that is looking to work at some of these facilities. So I just want to commend my colleague, Alderman Maldonado, for continuing to stay steadfast with this project and not giving up on this project and actually seeing it through. So I really support this project, and congratulations, Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Commissioner Villegas. I don't see any other hands up. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for staff, the applicant, or the alderman? Okay, Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation and for this very thoughtful discussion. And I just wanted to say, I really appreciate all the public comment that everyone has made, and for highlighting both the importance of this incredible project and affordable housing, and the economic impact of the quality of the jobs. I think that continues to be so important, and really appreciate Alderman Maldonado and for your work on that, and thoughtfulness on that, and as well as your comments, Commissioner Villegas. So thank you both, and thank you to the team.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any other comments. So do I have a motion on the proposed plan development submitted by the applicant, Encuentro Square 1 LP, for property generally located at 1800 to 1840 North Hamlin, 1821 to 1857 North Hamlin, 3735 to 3759 West Cortland, and 1820 to 1856 North Ridgeway, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved, Commissioner Villegas.
Seconded by Novara.
So, okay, motion by Villegas, Novara seconds. Any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? Okay, hearing none. I'll go through the roll call. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escareno. Commissioner Escareno? Okay. Commissioner Flores recused herself. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Osterman?
Yes.
Commissioner Piñeiro is a yes. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagispack?
Yes.
Commissioner, you missed Novara. I'm a yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. The motion passes. So congratulations. And thank you everyone for your presentation. I will now turn over the gavel virtually to Chairwoman Flores.
Thank you, Commissioner Pineda.
Thank you to the commission. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Alderman. The next item on the agenda is D5, a proposed business plan development submitted by Division 1 LP for the property generally located at 1215-1265 West Division Street and 1030-1178 North Elston Avenue and 1200-1212 West Cortez Street. The site is located within the boundaries of the North Branch Industrial Corridor. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from PMD-2 to a business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a warehouse and distribution, wholesaling, and freight movement facility with 2 warehouse floors, 2 intermediary mezzanine levels, accessory parking garage, and office space. The project will contain accessory vehicular parking spaces, trailer spaces, 8 loading spaces, and a maximum of 120 bicycle parking spaces. The maximum height of the building is 89 feet, 3 inches, and the overall FAR is 2.4. This project is in the 27th Ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Fernando Espinosa with Department of Planning and Development. The subject site is located in the West Town community area, where the total population as of 2020 is 87,781. This is an overall population increase of 6.7 from 2010. In comparison, the entire city population increased by 1.9% between 2010 and 2020. Furthermore, the West Town population breakdown is 63% white, 42.1% Hispanic or Latino, 6.8% Black, and 4.9% Asian. The top 3 community land uses for the community area include 37% transportation, 31.3% for residential uses, and 8% industrial uses. The site is bounded by West Division Street on the north, North Elston on the east, West Cortez on the south, and the elevated Metro Railroad embankment on the west. The site is also located within the boundaries of the North Branch Industrial Corridor and identified in the North Branch Framework Plan adopted by Plan Commission in 2017. I will now turn over the presentation to Mr. Paul Shadle, who will provide further details of the proposal. Mr. Shadle.
Thank you, Fernando. Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the Plan Commission. I'm Paul Shadle with the law firm of DLA Piper in Chicago, and along with my colleague Mariah DeGrino, represent LPC Division 1 LP, which is the applicant for plan development approval for the proposed warehouse and distribution project on the approximately 11-acre site located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Division and Elston in PMD number 2. With me this afternoon are Aaron Martell and Will Freeve from the applicant and Cameron Treffry from Ware Malcolm, the project architects. And on behalf of the applicant, I want to thank the Departments of Planning and Development, Transportation, and Public Health for their work on the review of this project, which began approximately a year ago in early 2021. And with that, I'm just going to turn the presentation over to Aaron Martell with the applicant and its affiliate entity, Logistics Property Company. Aaron?
Thanks, Paul. Chairwoman Flores, commissioners,
We're grateful to be here and appreciate the time today. Alderman Burnett, we're grateful for your support to let us potentially come in and join the 27th Ward, as well as Fernando and the DPD. We're grateful for all the work that you guys have done to get us to this point in time, and we know there's a lot of effort, so we're appreciative of that. As Paul said, I'm with Logistics Property Company. We're headquartered here in Chicago. I'm joined by my colleague, Will Freeve, and Cameron Treffry, our architect from Ware Malcolm. Next slide, please. So this site is located at the southwest corner of Division and Elston. It's within the PMD2. We like the strategic location of this, nestled against I-90, 94, and the Metro lines. It benefits from being in the PMD, but also adjacent to Goose Island, where there is significant industrial activity to date. We think that this area is underserved in terms of industrial supply. And we think that this will be a great project that will allow for existing users and tenants in Goose Island and the PMD to grow and stay in the North Branch corridor. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the site is at the southwest corner of Division and Elston. You can see here some of the site context photographs. To the north of us in photo number 1 is the McGrath Lexus facility. Number 2 to the northeast of us is the McGrath Acura facility. 3 is the photograph of the Division Elston Bridge. Number 4 is a repair auto facility that, again, I believe is McGrath. And number 5 to the south of us is a Lyft driver center. Next slide, please. Let's see here the zoning plan. The PMD and our project here is consistent with the neighboring uses. And again, we think this is a great opportunity for those type of uses to stay in this area. Next slide, please. Here's the land use plan. As was mentioned, we're maintaining the low rise designation here under 90 feet. That is in keeping with some of the other buildings in the vicinity. And this shows you a plan facing west, again, with the Metro elevated tracks and the Division and Elston intersection at the right-hand side of the page. Next slide, please. So we feel like we're very fortunate here with the site location based on its access to public transportation. We're under a mile to the Division Blue Line stop, as well as the Chicago Blue Line stop, and then we're 1.5 miles to the North Clybourne Red Line stop. So that'll be tremendous for facility workers, as well as construction and other activities before the facility becomes operational. Next slide, please. Similarly, we have great access with the east and westbound Division bus lines that are adjacent to the site. So that's a win for everyone as well. Next slide, please. What you're seeing here is a rendering. It's actually a stale rendering, but a rendering looking west at the project. What we had designed here, what we laid out here, was a building that we thought keeps in conformance with some of the new projects that are being built in the ward. Typical industrial distribution centers have a precast facade. This will have a brick facade, and the appropriate articulations that we think make for an interesting experience for people who are walking and driving along Elston. The nuances that'll change, and you'll see in this next slide, we have added screening, which is artistic screening, which will have, it'll function like a mural that'll cover the parking garage on the south. And then there are some movements of the facade on the eastern side of the building here, but we brought the staircases out and added some more interesting design elements to that staircase on the building. Next slide, please. Here is the office view. This is the southeast corner of the site. We have 50,000 square feet of office designed. There'll be full floor to ceiling windows. And again, we want the experience on the ground floor with this building to be that of an office building at this corner. You can see the design element on the parking garage on the south. We're working with we're working with designers to figure out what the best mural and artistic complement to the facility will be at this corner. And so more to come on that. You can also see the revisions to the staircases as mentioned with the articulation happening on the eastern facade there. Next slide, please. This is a view south of the building. Obviously, the Division Bridge in the foreground and the building in the background. Again, we think this is a special place for this building, given its access to 9094 and Division and Elston. Next slide, please. Existing view from the north direction, again, facing south. This is one of the main corners of the building where we have added significant glazing. And again, that's the staircase being pulled out to have a little more articulation in the panel and facade. In the right-hand side of the picture, you can see the mural. It's screened by the McGrath Lexus, but we're excited about the opportunity to have not only one mural, but two. Again, the screen on the parking garage will have the first, and this will be the second. So we look forward to working to get that installed and have a great public amenity for public art here. Next slide, please. Lastly, this is the view from the south looking north, the existing view. You can see in the upper right-hand corner. And again, this is the pedestrian experience on the bottom part of the page here. The screening of the parking garage, and again, the look and feel of an office building in that southeast corner where we anticipate having the office activities of a speculative user in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Will Freeve, who will lead through the project timeline and some of the more specific design elements of the building.
Thank you, Aaron. For the record, my name is Will Freeve with Logistics Property Company. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the project's approval process up to this point. LPC first presented this project to staff back in May of 2021, and we've been working with staff to refine the project since that time. This is one of the first projects to go through the review process required by the recently adopted Chicago Air Quality Ordinance. So this included a public review process of both the traffic impact study as well as the air quality impact statement. Those both happened at the beginning of this year, and we have since finalized and received approvals of these reports from the city staff. We've also incorporated in DPD staff comments into the project, which is reflected in the slide presentation that's before you today. Next slide, please. This is our initially submitted site plan. This plan did meet all of the bulk requirements for the underlying PMD2 zone. However, we were still happy to incorporate additional changes that were proposed by staff, which is shown in the next slide, please. This is our current site plan. Most of the changes that were made are along the Elston Avenue right-of-way, including we gave an increased setback in this area, a more articulated facade, as well as some additional landscaping, hence the pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. So this slide actually lists out many of the staff changes that were incorporated into the project. The most prevalent ones being the larger setback along Elston Avenue, as I said, with more street level landscaping, more projections and steps in the Elston facade in order to break up that long primary wall. As Aaron mentioned, we have a very unique architectural metal panel screening on the parking garage, as well as a mural on the north facade. This adds 2 elements of public art to the project. And finally, there were several landscaping upgrades and additions that were made to the project. Next slide, please. This is the overall site plan, which shows also the first floor ground level. Just to quickly highlight the truck circulation to and through the site. First off, all truck maneuvering is in circulation, and loading activities are going to be performed within the site. Trucks going to the ground level loading area can exit the highway and immediately enter the site off of Division Street. trucks going to the elevated loading level can enter the site off of Elston Avenue and proceed up the internal ramp to the second level. All of the semi-trailer truck traffic for the site will exit the site back onto Elston Avenue. Just a quick note that all employee cars, loading vehicles, and pedestrian traffic are intentionally separated in the on-site operations for safety. Next slide, please. This project has two primary warehouse floors. Each floor has a smaller mezzanine level for additional loading and operational space. This plan depicts the first mezzanine level off the first warehouse floor that's adjacent to the loading area. This also highlights the anticipated office area that's along Elston Avenue next to the parking garage. Next slide, please. This plan depicts the second-story warehouse level and elevated truck areas. Next slide. And this plan shows the second level mezzanine area. Next slide. Finally, this is the roof level. And with the next slide, I would like to introduce Cameron Treffery with Ware Malcolm Architects, who's going to provide some more detail about the project's architecture. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Will. As stated, my name is Cameron Treffery with Ware Malcolm Architects. If we could go to the next slide, please. So in this slide, we have two elevations of the building. The top elevation is the north facade of the building, which would be along Division. And I wanted to highlight the mural that's indicated there by note number 6. So that's the opportunity for some public art. In addition to the articulations that we've added to the facade here with the vertical stair towers. You can see the glazing on the left-hand side of that image that's at the corner of Division and Elston. And then on the right-hand side of that image is the helical ramp. We've incorporated the color scheme of the building into all of the ramp structures attached to the building. And then on the lower image, that is the south elevation. And would be the view that you would see if you were standing within the site of the building. So on the right-hand side, again, is the enhanced office corner of the building. And so that will be the primary visual element of the building at that southeast corner. And then internally, as you move into the site, you can see the truck ramp going up to the second operational level for the truck docks. Again, incorporating the color scheme of the building into all of those ramps. And then the ramp structure at the left-hand side of the lower image is tucked up against the rail tracks and will be primarily hidden from view by the elevated rail tracks. Next slide, please. And we have two more elevation views here on this slide. We have the east at the top. And so this would be the Elston facade. Wanted to again highlight the parking garage screening on the left-hand side of that image. A little bit small in this image, but as you can see, that screening with the mural element is across the entire east facade of the parking garage. And then lower below that, we have a vegetated screen that we're proposing. And we'll see that a little bit more in the landscape plan. Again, we've got the thin set brick along the primary Elston facade. And it will also continue on the north facade along Division. If we look at the lower image, what you see is the west view of the building. Again, this is primarily hidden at the primary building by the elevated rail tracks. So you are seeing all the ramp infrastructure on the lower left-hand side. And then the parking structure, you can see that we've proposed just a straight precast on that facade. That facade, again, will be facing the elevated rail tracks and is adjacent to an existing building, so primarily screened from view. Next slide, please. And then we've got the elevations of the parking structure to further highlight this proposed mural and screening and vegetated screen wall at the lower level, the pedestrian level, to provide that pedestrian experience as you walk along Elston Avenue. You can see that we wrapped the mural and screening around the south elevation of the parking garage as well. And then we've got the stair tower we've proposed glazing to allow view into the stair tower there. And then the north parking garage elevation will be facing the building, incorporating all the architectural elements of that garage elevation on that north side as well. And then the west parking garage elevation that I already referenced, which is primarily hidden from view by the adjacent building. Next slide, please. And here we have the landscape plan. So this further highlights some of the revisions made to the plan per the recommendations of staff. And so you can see here along Elston Avenue, significantly enhanced landscaping that was added to the plan there to accommodate the pedestrian experience that we feel that will be significantly enhanced there along Elston Avenue, leading up to the southeast corner of the building, which is the primary entrance for pedestrians. The parking garage is separated from the primary building, but connected with a pedestrian bridge for safe access from the parking garage to the primary building. Cars will all enter that parking garage off of Cortez, so completely separated from any of the truck traffic. Next slide, please. And we'll talk a little bit about the traffic impact study as prepared by V3. This was submitted, reviewed, and approved by CDOT, or Chicago Department of Transportation. Primary findings is that we'll have minor impact on the surrounding roadway system. Next slide, please. And then Rue Associates prepared the air quality impact statement report. Again, this was submitted, reviewed, and approved by Chicago Department of Public Health. Next slide, please. And here we have the sustainability checklist. We will be achieving the required 100 points through a series of LEED Silver certification for the building, adding EV charging stations, and an 80% waste diversion during construction. Next slide, please. So the project will also comply with the Chicago Stormwater Management Ordinance as designed by V3 and the civil engineering team. So primarily be accomplished through underground detention vaults. Next slide, please. And at this point, I will turn things back over to Paul from DLA Piper.
Thank you, Cameron. I would like to just go over some of the project's public benefits in addition to the major capital investment in the site. It's expected that the project will create between 800 and 1,100 temporary jobs during construction, and then 600 to 800 permanent jobs. As described in some detail by the others, the project will contain public art elements facing both the Elston and Division street frontages. And then during construction, the project will seek to achieve the city's participation goals of 26% MBE, 6% WBE, and 50% participation from Chicago residents. Next slide, please. Some more specific tasks being undertaken in order to achieve these goals are hosting outreach events to encourage MWB participation, debundling larger bid packages to allow for additional bid opportunities for smaller firms, encouraging subcontractor mentorship and partnering with MWBEs, working with local unions to focus on members that reside in particular within the city limits, and then utilizing a pre-apprenticeship program and an ACE mentorship program. With that, again, thank you all very much for your time. We have our team available to answer any questions that you may have, including, well, any questions that you may have. And with that, I would turn it over to Fernando.
For the record, Fernando Espinosa with the Department of Planning and Development. The department has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The project meets the purpose and relevant criteria set forth in Chapter 17-8 of the zoning ordinance. And its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Additionally, The project meets the purpose and criteria set forth in 17-13-0609. The project has been reviewed and approved by the Chicago Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Health Fire Quality Ordinance, the Mayor's Office with People with Disabilities, and the Fire Department. Finally, the site is located in the North Branch Framework Plan. The plan requires that redevelopment must adhere to the defining goals and principles of the plan. The proposal meets goal 1, maintain a North Branch industrial corridor as an important economic engine and vital job center. Goal 2, to provide better access for all transportation modes. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding the proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation to the zoning administrator that this application for a plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmark, and Building Standards as passage recommended. This concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando and the team, for your presentation. We'll start off with Commissioner Lyons.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated the slide about the construction jobs and the commitments around that, particularly in the involvement of pre-apprenticeship programs and local unions. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit to the permanent jobs that will be created and the quality that we can expect from those.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. So at this point, it's a speculative facility, so we do not know exactly who the user will be that'll take this. We are estimating, though, that there will be in the range of 600 to 800 full-time jobs created.
Thank you.
Any other questions by the commissioners? Commissioner Viaggi?
Yes, so thank you for paying attention to our transportation comments, and we know that the very robust protected bike lanes on Elston will be part of this. And I just wondered, in terms of the site's development, and maybe I missed it, is it going to be wired to use EV? I mean, that's certainly something that we're concerned about, making sure that we can go down to a micro truck or a cargo bike level in terms of distribution from the site. Is that something you can address, or at least put in your pocket to be thinking about, so we can reduce the emissions impact of the vehicles that we move in and out?
Yeah, so again, thank you for the comment. We believe that it's important for all of our logistics and industrial facilities to have that capability going forward, and this project will also have that.
I also just had a question regarding your slide on participation. Specifically, there was mention to the ACE mentorship program, which the one I am familiar with is for high school students. If you can clarify if that's the purpose.
Yeah, and with us today is Zach Hirsch with Walsh Construction. We are venturing to move forward with Walsh on the construction of this project, and Zach can address that comment more fully.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for the question. The ACE mentorship program is something that we have about a 10-year relationship with, but in summary, we partner with ACE, who joins with CPS to take high school seniors who have an interest in the construction management industry, and we offer internships in various roles on the site to allow them to see if this is something they'd like to continue on as a career path, and just to give them some very good experience from a resume standpoint. So that's something that we would 100% plan to participate with on on this project.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments by the commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Is Commissioner Cox here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Again, thank you all for the presentation. There are lots of aspects of this that are intriguing for this type of district. First, the multi-level layout of the facility. I'm not familiar with a lot of them that operate this way, but I think it's brought a level of strategy and innovation that I welcome. It's a small site, but it seems that you've planned it well. So I'm really interested to see how this model works. I also appreciate your attention to, providing a glassy openness at the point of entry where some of the offices are, and the deployment of murals both on the parking garage as a screen and on the body of the building. As you can probably see, there's a pattern here. When you do have these large blank surfaces, they are incredible opportunities to lift up Chicago artists. And so I would just once again encourage you to take advantage of DCASE, their award-winning program that has pre-qualified artists so that you'll have immediate access to some of the best artists in Chicago. But I, again, very pleased at the rigor of the site plan, and look forward to you getting the proper user of the site. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more. One more. Commissioner Escareno.
Yeah, I actually wasn't going to speak, but I want to echo what Commissioner Cox just indicated. I think the beautification along Elston Avenue and really using this facility to provide that added level of beautification to what could seem very industrial look, and actually make it much more community feel and inclusive of maximizing even the greenery and the reflection of that into the street. I think it's really a positive way to elevate the community feel along Elston. So I just wanted to say kudos on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would Alderman Burnett like to make a statement?
Sure. Sure. First of all, I want to commend this organization for working with the community organizations in the area. No one has had any objections to it. I'm encouraged that the contractor is going to joint venture with a minority contractor. I hope that whomever the end user is, and I know there's been some ideas about people that may be interested in it, that they work in coordination with the venue Kitty Corner from here, where they're supposed to have the music venue that we voted on some time ago, to allow them, if possible, to use some of their parking in the evening. I know we spoke about that. I think that would be unique. This is a site, I don't know if people recognize that, but this used to be the old People Gas site. People Gas headquarters was there. They had a gas station there. So they had to invest a lot of money in cleaning this site up in order to get it ready for development. So they put a lot of money into this. So I hope that they do get a good end user so they could at least, be okay after investing all that money. This would be an enhancement to Elston and Division, with all of the other things that's happening there, with the new bridge, with the music venue, Kitty Corner to it, the Women's Bank down the street. There's a lot of exciting things happening along this corridor. I support this 100%. My community support it. I ask that this body support it also. And of course, I have to recuse myself from voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Do the commissioners have any additional questions for the staff or the alderman? Not seeing any more hands go up. Do I have a motion on the proposed business plan development submitted by Division 1 LP for the property generally located at 1215-1265 West Division Street plus 1030-1178 North Elston Avenue and 1200-1212 West Cortez Street and located within the boundaries of the North Branch Industrial Corridor, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
By Tony.
Motion by Commissioner Tunney. Do I have a second?
Second by Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? If not, then I'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett has recused himself. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Stepped away. Commissioner Moore was a yes.
Yes.
Chairwoman,
Thank
I just
you.
want to correct that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lyons did respond yes.
Oh, I did not hear that. Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara? No response. Commissioner Osterman? No response. Commissioner Piñero?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Villegas? No response. And Commissioner Wagensback?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman.
The next item on the agenda is D6. A proposed amendment to plan development number 847 submitted by the Wrigley Junior Company for the property generally located at 1132 West Blackhawk Street. The amendment will expand the plan development boundary and facilitate the development of a one-story, 45,000 square foot facility with a maximum height of 30 feet and a maximum FAR of 3.0. The proposal will also expand the property's parking capacity to include a minimum of 229 off-street parking spaces. And this project is in the 27th ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Max Lyon, and I'm the lead planner for this proposal with the Department of Planning and Development. As mentioned, this proposal is generally located at 1132 West Blackhawk Street, near the northern tip of Goose Island. The applicant, the William Wrigley Jr. Company, is here today to propose an amendment to their existing PD, Waterway Manufacturing Plan Development number 847, in order to accommodate a new building and expand the PD boundary. The subject site is located on Goose Island near the near north side community area. With a total population of over 106,000, the community's top three industries of employment are food service, professional, and healthcare. Since its creation in the 1850s, Goose Island has been an industrial and manufacturing hub for the city, with many of its industrial roots still visible today in the form of warehouse structures, defunct railroad spurs, and distribution hubs. Today, it remains a key industrial corridor. PD 847 sits at the northern end of the island near the North Avenue turning basin. It's situated roughly between North Avenue and Division Street, just east of the North Branch of the river and the Kennedy Expressway. Although not adjacent to transit, the proposal is near the defunct Milwaukee and St. Paul Railroad Bridge that has been repurposed into a bike path. The proposed site is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor in the central sub-area, shown here as a diagonal grid crosshatch. The site is primarily surrounded by planned manufacturing districts, shown here in purple. Several planned developments and manufacturing zones comprise the adjacency to the west, including the landmark Morton Salt venue. From a broad planning perspective, we see the site is near the North Branch Water Taxi Stop and the future Wild Mile development, and across the river from the Morton Salt site. The applicant is proposing to extend the original PD boundary east across Cherry Avenue to encompass an existing surface parking lot. With a new facility and the loss of parking in the original boundary, this added parcel will help maintain compliance with the property's minimum parking requirements. The planned development is currently contains the Mars Wrigley campus, which is made up of 2 existing buildings, the administration building and the pilot plant, surrounded by vegetated open space, paved paths, surface parking, and over 1,000 linear feet of Riverwalk path that's currently private. The applicant proposes to replace some surface parking with a second pilot plant. Between the existing campus and the parking addition to the east, the applicant will also remove defunct railroad tracks in Cherry Avenue and replace them with a bike path. This will help move pedestrian and bike traffic away from the loading bays of the pilot plants on the west side of the street. The new pilot plant will be just south of the existing pilot plant and the administration buildings. In this render, we can see the proposed facility in the context of its existing neighbors and campus. The pilot plant will house spaces to test and assemble new products, augmenting the services that are already performed in the existing pilot plant. Current site conditions show the existing campus and neighboring surface parking lot to the east. Looking north along Cherry Avenue, the southeast corner of the campus lies to the left with the Divvy station, while the service parking lot and proposed addition to the PD boundary are shown to the right. Looking south along Cherry, the existing pilot plant is visible in the bottom left image, and the defunct railroad tracks can be seen parallel to Cherry Avenue. The current entry to the Wrigley campus off of Blackhawk is seen to the bottom right. This rendering shows the proposed conditions of Cherry Avenue looking north. The new pilot facility is visible behind the trees on the left, with the updated parking lot to the right. The defunct railroad tracks along Cherry have also been removed and to be replaced with a bike and pedestrian path. In July of 2017, CPC approved the North Branch Framework Plan to help guide planning and design in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. One of its primary goals is to maintain the corridor as an economic engine and job center, while providing better transportation access and enhancements to both its natural and built elements. This proposal was reviewed in context with these guidelines. The original proposed development was approved in October of 2002, and the amendment application was filed in February of this year. The applicant team then sought feedback from DPD, the aldermen, and the community, and received a letter of support from the North Branch Works in February. Now I will turn the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of this proposal.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is John George. I'm an attorney and I'm representing Mars Wrigley on this project. Thank you for the time you're giving to us today to present our project. What's before you today on the screen is the site plan for the subject site. In the colored area, that is the proposed new area for the new pilot plant, which is about 40,000 square feet. As Max indicated earlier, to the north is North Avenue. Along the western portion is the Chicago River, and further down is Division Street. This diagram also shows the amount of parking spaces that are being allocated to this project. It shows the parking spaces. As you know, and as Max indicated a little while ago, when we're amending this PD, we're doing so because where the pilot plant is going, that used to be we used to have parking there. So we're losing that parking. And as a result, we had to include this property just east of Cherry Street for additional parking to comply with PD requirements. And so this diagram shows the number of parking spaces and where they're located. And the total number of parking spaces is 398 parking spaces. At this time, I would like to turn it over to the architect, Colleen Driver, who will go through and explain in her own diagrams the architectural aspects of the new pilot plan. And then I'll follow up after that. Colleen?
Thank you, Mr. George. I'm Colleen Driver. I'm an architect with CRB working on this project for Mars Wrigley. So as Jack pointed out, we've displaced some parking with that new footprint in red, and that's what we're looking to incorporate on the east side of Cherry Avenue. And you can see just north of our red building footprint, we've got the existing pilot plant that we are staying aligned with as we develop further south on the site. And that pilot plant is a 2-story building, 57,000 square feet. And then just to the west is the Global Innovation Center. That is a 3-story building, 121,000 square feet total. Next slide. All right, we've got some enlarged views of our floor plans here. So these have been designed based around the process and the separations required to facilitate the process. And then on the west side is a break area, so providing some employee amenity space and have a relationship within the site to the existing GIC building. On the right-hand side of the screen, you see a mezzanine. We've got about 2,500 square feet of production mezzanine within the building as well. Our exterior elevations start to show the material continuity between the existing pilot plant that you see on the very far left and our new pilot plant. So mimicking the materials, the reveal design of the concrete panels. And then on this side, this is the break room. You can see the glazing element to allow a lot of natural light into that amenity space. You can also see a mechanical penthouse up above the building. So that's the view from the internal side of the site. This view would be on the north. So if you were at the existing pilot plant looking at our building, and you can start to see some punched openings around the perimeter for daylighting in the space, and it gives the building a nicer sense of scale from the exterior as well. Next slide. This is the building elevation from Cherry Ave. So you can see the recessed area for loading there between grids B and A. And then there are some windows as well, and then the parkway trees that will be present along the sidewalk on that side of the street. And then we've got our south elevation visible from the parking lot that's on the west side of Cherry Ave currently. And you can see the main building, and it's got a very recognizable structure, and then our new break area kind of jutting out to meet that. Next up, we have a building section. This highlights kind of the complexity within this facility. You can see a lot of the ductwork and mechanical systems to support the pilot plant functions. Single story, and you can also see the mezzanine within there, the penthouse height, and the some indications of the cladding on the penthouse, a cooling tower platform, and items like that. Our building facades are precast concrete insulated panels to match what else has been constructed on the site. So we've got a section through that. You can start to see how it interfaces with the roof, some of the exterior fenestrations, those punched openings that occur around the perimeter of the building that are located high up on the elevation to allow natural light deep into the area of the building. And then on the west, on the west entry, you can see the amount of glazing at that entrance space to make it a nicer amenity space for occupants. All right, so our site has a lot of existing landscaping and existing parking, and as mentioned, we are displacing some of that. So with the parking movement across Cherry, we'll be adding 2 crosswalks to allow people to move back and forth safely. And then you can see on that parking lot, we're also adding a significant amount of trees to comply with landscape ordinances. So there are new islands and new trees added. And then Mars Wrigley has bicycle parking on site. They've recently added a really robust bicycle parking for people to be able to store their bikes as they traverse to work. We've got on this, we discussed earlier, a portion of the rail was going to be removed and a bike path added. So that also will increase the urban design on the site. We've got a lot of parkway trees along the sidewalk for the pedestrian experience as you are walking along. And again, the windows we've added on the exterior of the building help with the scale for pedestrians as well. There will be also a couple of crosswalk upgrades to some of the adjacent crosswalks. There's one down in Blackhawk that'll get some upgrades as part of this project. All right, we've got another rendering showing all 3 buildings together, and you can see the intent of matching the materials. On the left, you can see the precast material. We're working to match identically the colors and the reveals. And then the penthouse material is a mineral wool metal panel, and that's again in the same beige tone. The existing window systems are like a tinted glazing in black curtain wall and storefront system. So we'll be matching that approach as well. So it looks black on this rendering, but there would be some reflectivity and a little bit of visibility through those. And you can also see the amount of landscaping along and the existing landscaping along the Circle Drive. We are targeting LEED Silver for this project. Sustainability is a big goal for Mars Wrigley. And then in addition to the LEED Silver, we are doing the 40% indoor water use reduction credit to get our 100-point total. We also have the natural lighting I mentioned and other LEED credits we're pursuing to reach that silver level. And I will return the stage to Mr. George so he can talk through the next slides. Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much, Colleen. This slide here indicates and specifies some of the economic impacts of our project. It shows the total cost of the new pilot plant at $40 million. The construction jobs are 200. The permanent jobs created would be 30. We can continue always, as we always do, with having 26 and 6 as our MBE, WBE components with local residency of 50%. The groundbreaking is just in a couple of months, and then we hope to have it completed a year from now. With this new facility to open up and together with all the other work that goes on at this site, there'll be a total of about 550 people working at this site, the existing pilot plant, research center, and now the new pilot plant. And with that, I want to say thanks on behalf of Mars Wrigley for the time. We'll stand ready to answer any questions, and I'd like to turn it over now to Max for his conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Again, Max Lime with DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed this proposal and has determined that it is appropriate for the reasons listed on this slide. For further details, please refer to my staff report for all of the details on the project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator for the Department of Planning and Development that this application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Max and the team for the presentation. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Biaggi?
I just wanted to thank the developer for some of the public way improvements, particularly on Cherry. Removing that track is really critical. We're trying to create a very important bike and pedestrian connection eventually across that bridge. And so folks know CTA is actually coming in and taking the rail and reusing it, because in a rare, amazing moment of recycling some of that infrastructure. So thanks again to the developer team for making that possible. It's going to make for a long-term great bike and ped connection of this area to the surrounding community. So just wanted to put that out there.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thanks, everyone.
Commissioner. Followed by Commissioner Escareno.
Yes, I just wanted to comment and maybe even a question here. I really find it very pleasing to see the amount of greenery and number of trees that are part of this development. I was just wondering if there was a little bit more information on how many trees are anticipated to be at this location and the commitment to preserve and maintain the greenery here.
Colleen, can you answer that question, or do you have that information?
I do have information on the amount of trees we plan to add in the parking lot area, which is, I believe, 89 trees. Within our the area around the pilot plant itself, I do not have that count, but I know we are doing, as you can see in this rendering, some landscaping near the accessible parking we've added, along with the front of the building at the access way.
I believe there's about 23 trees on the existing site. Colleen.
Can we go to the site plan, please, Max?
And I guess the question is about because I know I was seeing on the renderings, but the commitment to the trees, if what we're seeing, and the commitment to actually have that. And I mean, for us, I think it's really important to expand greenery across the city. And one of the things that I'm noticing in this project is lots of green. And so just a little bit more information on that, but certainly appreciate the consideration of greenery, and adding trees to our environment here is so important. So it's one feature that really stands out to me, and just wanted to a little bit more.
You're welcome. We did meet with, of course, the Department of Planning and Development and the Landscaping Division, and what you're seeing today, the proposal is in compliance with the requirements for the number of trees required along both Cherry Street as well as in the parking areas.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I guess on the same line of thinking, I too appreciate, you know, the campus-like feel, the reconsideration of the rail and the pedestrian and the bike path. I think it should also be noted that there is a pedestrian path along the north and west side of the site. And I understand that the applicant is going to be opening it up at the point right now. I think there's a gate, but that I want to make sure that has been articulated and in the minutes, that there's enhanced pedestrian and public access around the north and the west sides of the site. And, you know, we have lots of instances where private industry, because of their allowing for setback and pedestrian activity, actually help us to jumpstart greater connectivity, so that the next site to be developed will continue the good work that this particular applicant has started. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't highlighted as much, that enhanced access for pedestrians around that walk has been achieved. That's a question.
Jack, you're muted.
And I don't know if Max, if you wanna speak to it.
I believe Jack was trying to answer it, but I can definitely speak to it as well.
Whomever would like to speak to it.
Well, I was giving,
I can respond to it.
Okay.
Mr. Cox. I'm sorry. With respect to that, there is a trigger in the PD for that exact issue that you just addressed. And one is when and what time when the pedestrian bridge goes from Blackhawk across the river. At that point in time, that western portion of walkway would be open, or when there's connectivity to the projects to the south of us up to ours. When either of those occurs, then this west portion sidewalk would then be opened up. But we did address that in the plan development documents, and it was a subject matter of discussions with your department during the course of the processing of this PD application.
That's great. I mean, you can see the incremental improvements in accessibility that's emerging from this diagram. This is how, these pedestrian paths get built nowadays. And so again, thank you for helping to trigger that and to tie into greater access even beyond your site.
And I do have a question since we're on this slide. If somebody could just clarify how the kind of the traffic of the existing bike path and then the proposed bike path kind of merge, because I see it being interrupted, but I'm assuming there's going to be something where it's actually connected.
Yeah, and I can address that from CDOT. We're going to build out the connection beyond Weed Street heading north to the bridge. That's a future project that we have in queue. And so that's why it was really significant that the developer, that red area that they're transforming into something that will connect to it. It's a little bit of a harder lift north of Weed Street and addressing some of the issues with the bridge. But, as you head south on the existing bike and ped path, you sort of T-bone into a sidewalk situation where you're kind of navigating it as you're trying to move toward division. And so that's something that we think that future project that's on us to do. This sets us up quite well, but then also navigating through the site down to division is something that we're thinking about and working on, because we also are planning to do massive improvements on division between Halsted and Elston that will not only address the bridges, but make it possible for a better bike connection in addition to accommodating the industrial traffic. So there's a lot in the works on that front.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Escarino?
I apologize, but now that we're on this site, primarily because of the greenery and the access to community, I see that the existing Riverwalk, it indicates that it's currently private. Is the anticipation that this walk along similarly with what Commissioner Biaggi was just saying, opening it up to others in the general public, are these walkways eventually going to also be available to the public? It just seems like such a beautiful area of greenery and along the river. Just wondering what the plans are. If currently private, is the assumption that in the future those would be accessible to the public?
Commissioner, this is Jack George again. This was the question I think that Commissioner Cox was just asking about, and that the question is that when would that western walkway be opened up, and what plans are there for that? And the PD does address that, and it provides two different triggers for that. One is when, if there's contemplated right now a pedestrian bridge that would go along Blackhawk and cross over the river to the other side, to the western side. When that occurs, then that western walkway would be opened up, or in the event that there's connectivity from the south coming up to our site, when that occurs, then that would require us to open up that western walkway. So there are two different circumstances, either of which, when they do occur, would require us then to open up that walkway. So this was addressed, Commissioner, in our PD document at the request of the Department of Planning as well as CDOT, and so that has been addressed and covered.
Thank you. That helps.
Are there any more comments or questions from the commissioners? Would Alderman Burnett like to make a statement?
Sure. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So one, I want to commend Wrigley for being a good corporation in the city of Chicago, for doing an expansion and not thinking about moving from there. My only challenge with them is I've been asking them to allow me to be a tester with Wrigley, and they won't. I've been asking them for many years. They won't let me test the gum, man. I told them I can tell them a lot of flavors. But anyway, so this is a great expansion. One of the things I do have to say about them, their property is immaculate. I mean, their facility, you wouldn't even think that you were in an industrial area. The way they take care of their facility, the way they build it out, the place that they have, it's just a beautiful facility. And I know that this expansion is going to be a part of that. And they've been a good partner or good neighbor in this community. We look forward to working with them on this expansion, trying to get some more people from the community hired, not just on the construction of it, but also inside their facility. And we appreciate all of their philanthropic contributions that they make, not only with organizations in our ward, but throughout the city of Chicago. It's just a great organization to have in the city of Chicago. And I support this project. So does North Branch Works. And I ask for this committee support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there any additional comments or questions from the Alderman? Not seeing any other hands go up. Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to plan development number 847 submitted by the William Wrigley Jr. Company for the property generally located at 1132 West Black Hawk Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Commissioner Wagensback so moves.
Motion by Commissioner Wagensback. Do I have a second?
Me is the second.
Was that Tenny?
Yes, it is, Chairwoman.
Thank you. Is there any discussion by the commissioners on this motion? Okay, then we will roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett has recused himself. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Stepped away.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you now. Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara? No response. Commissioner Osterman? No response. Commissioner Pinheiro?
Yes.
I did not hear that. I think you tried to unmute.
Yeah, yes.
I hear you now. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay,
Pinheiro.
thanks.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney was a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Villegas? No response. And then Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes, Commissioner Wagensback again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Congratulations to this team. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item D7, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1354 submitted by 170 Green Owner LLC for the property generally located at 170 North Green Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from residential business plan development number 1354 to DX-7 to residential business plan development number 1354 as amended. to construct a 465-foot tall mixed-use development containing 275 dwelling units, 150 hotel keys, approximately 350,000 square feet of office space, commercial space, and 235 accessory vehicular parking spaces. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be 11.5. And this is also in the 27th Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my
Thank
name
you.
is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to rezone the property from residential business plan development number 1354 to DX-7 to residential business plan development number 1354 as amended, to construct a 465-foot tall mixed-use development containing 275 dwelling units, 150 hotel keys, approximately 350,000 square feet of office space, commercial space, and 235 accessory vehicular parking spaces. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 11.5. The subject site is located in the near West Side community area. The average household size in the area is 1.9 people, and the median age is around 31. The square-shaped site is bound by North Green Street to the east, West Lake Street to the north, North Peoria Street to the west, and a 155-foot tall hotel building, a partial alley, and 2-story commercial buildings to the south. The site is not within any landmark districts, but portions of the south and west sides of the site are adjacent to the Fulton Randolph Market Chicago Landmark District. The site is located in a transit-served location and is approximately 600 feet east of the CTA's Morgan Peak and Green Line stop. This is an image showing the proposal's massing in context of the surrounding area. And this is an image showing the site from different aerial perspectives as it exists. The site was formerly home to Bridgeford Foods, and the building has since been demolished since this area has been taken. The surrounding zoning districts in the immediate area are C1-1, C1-3, DX-3, and planned developments number 1462, 1286, 1359, and 1319. The surrounding land uses in the area include commercial, office, hotel, and residential uses. The next few slides include aerial rendering views of the proposal in context with the surrounding area. This is a view of the proposal looking southeast. Here is a view of the proposal looking northwest. And here is a view of the proposal from Lake, notating the uses for each level of the building. The next few slides include pedestrian level views of the proposed project. These are views from Green and Randolph and Long Peoria Street. This is a pedestrian level view along Randolph with the existing Noble building in the foreground of the image. And this is a pedestrian level view along Green Street of the proposed mews that will bisect the site east to west that will create a pedestrian connection from Green Street to Peoria Street. Here is a pedestrian level view along Peoria Street. And here is a view of the proposed mews entrance on Peoria Street. And finally, a view along Lake Street. The project is subject to the West Loop design guidelines that was approved by the Chicago Plan Commission in September 2017. The document provides guidelines for tall building design, such as providing height transitions and ground floor activation. The project is also subject to the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan that was originally adopted in 2014 and whose update was approved in January 2021 by the Plan Commission. The plan's goals include promoting mixed use and mixed income developments and improving access for all transportation modes. Now I will turn the presentation over to Katie Jenke Dale, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent the applicant for this matter. The applicant is a joint venture between CRG and SHAPAC Partners. I'm going to ask Allison Mills from CRG to introduce the team. Allison?
Thank you, Katie, and good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Allison Mills. I'm the Vice President of Design and Development here at CRG. We are the real estate development and investment arm of Clayco, the general contractor headquartered here in Chicago. And today I'm also joined by Mary Person, who is a Senior Vice President at Clayco, who leads many of our community engagement initiatives here. CRG has been under contract and working on this project with the Bridgefords for a couple of years and has recently joint ventured with SHAPAC Partners to build on their success across the street at 167 Green and throughout the neighborhood. And together with Clayco, we've been working on the demolition of the existing building on site, which many of you have already seen. But with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jeff SHAPAC to talk briefly about our partnership with the city and the community and give a bit more background about our process to get here.
Thank you, Allison. For the record, I'm Jeff SHAPAC of SHAPAC Partners. Thank you, Plan Commission, for having us today. Our plan development process began in the fall of 2021 when we met with Alderman Burnett to show him our preliminary plans for this site. Zoom has given us the ability to have meetings with DPD staff and Commissioner Cox, allowing us to present our initial massing concept and receive their preliminary feedback so that we could continue to revise our plans and massing. Pursuant to the Alderman's a process here in the 27th Ward, we then met with the 3 neighborhood organizations, WCA, Wilco, and NOWL. And in February, we had the opportunity to present to the Committee on Design. COD provided us with their feedback and constructive criticism that has greatly benefited this project. With COD's comments in hand, we then worked closely with DPD, Emily Thrun, Cindy Rubik, and Melvin Wesley. Many different meetings took place, most over Zoom, which allowed us to refine our design and details, and specifically to the space that looks like an arcade to the right, which I'll present in one moment, that we call the Muse, and also the facade. After a number of sessions with DPD, we presented 170 Green to Alderman Burnett and the community at large. Excuse me. And we then came back after our community meeting, we came back to DPD to finalize this project. Our time spent with DPD as well as COD has greatly benefited the design of this project. And if we could go to the next slide, please. These are 2 quick examples as it relates to space that we are using the land at 170 to create public space. At 167 Green, we created a Muse, which is an open public arcade connecting in mid-block from Holstead to Green Street. This is at 170, looking from across the street on the east side to the west side of Green, where we're now taking that Muse arcade and running it from Green all the way over to Peoria, giving you a direct connection to get up to Lake Street and to the Green and Pink Line Morgan Station stop. COD gave us feedback along with DPD of removing the bridge that you're seeing on the left side and opening up our Muse arcade to more natural light. And the next slide, please. And looking back on Peoria, looking east, additional feedback from DPD was to refine the skin of the building, which we've done, and how it relates into the side of Peoria and our Muse. I'd like to introduce Tyler Meyer from the Lamar Johnson Collaborative, known as the LJC, to go through the next slides.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jeff. As Jeff said, for the record, I'm Tyler Meyer, Managing Director at LJC, the architects for the project. We're going to walk through the plans now in a little more detail. You've seen the images that Emily shared and Jeff's view of the overall concept. Here you have the lower level plan with retail and support spaces on the left. And on the right, our ground level plan that shows the Muse as it moves through from east to west in the site, flanked on each side by retail, hotel restaurant space, office lobby, residential lobby, activating the ground floor. On level 2, we have parking to support the programs within the building, and level 3, additional parking as well as amenity space that serves the office above. level 4 and 5, additional parking. And level 6 through 11, a U-shaped office floor plate. Level 12, additional office space, amenity, and an exterior terrace for the office. On level 13, we have additional amenity space shared by the office and hotel and a smaller outdoor terrace. And then our typical floors above with the residential in yellow and the hotel in purple. And then finally, the roof plan with the residential terrace as well on the top of the building, as well as its lower level together, providing the open space requirements for residential. And then we have both our south and east elevation. And now the north and west. And then here we have a site section that helps to explain the concept that Jeff mentioned earlier, which is the Muse as it cuts through from Halsted on the right through 167 Green and then through Green Street, connects into 170, where we have this great outdoor space that's both uncovered and covered within the site of 170 before it connects to Peoria. And then a second site section cutting through from Lake to Randolph. Here you once again see that open space with the U-shaped office space and amenities wrap around. And you see how the building steps down to the historic buildings along Randolph on the left. Now, as we will look at a little more detail in the next series of slides on the facade and the materials, and you saw that there was a simple, consistent expression in the elevations, and that's created by a high-performance glass curtain wall with integrated metal panels. As that meets the ground, we start to see more detail and articulation with setback for the retail entrances and a setback even deeper for the amenity with an exterior terrace at the second level. And then within the Muse itself, we have a simpler facade without the metal panels. So this is still the unitized curtain wall. And as we transition from that uncovered Muse space into the lower pedestrian scaled covered space, you see that there's a change in materialization here. And then you saw the perspective earlier, but this is the exit at Peoria from the Muse. In the residential building, we have balconies that are integrated into the facade and structure. And then we have a series of reveals within the building, this one at Peoria and Lake, transitioning in scale from the office space below to the residential above. We did complete our traffic study, and it has been approved. And I will say that our team members from KLOA are on the call if you have additional questions on this. This is our site plan and landscape plan, once again showing both the Muse through the heart of the project as well as the streetscape around three sides. And the next series of slides will look at how we aligned with the zoning code, and we have a few of those details illuminated here. For example, the open pedestrian access, and this is accessible to all persons with no steps or ramps within that zone. And then when we look at the overall project massing, we have adjusted and related the massing to the existing buildings, use varying heights to create a building that fits in with its context and planned future context. You can also see here the location of some of the transitions and scales with setbacks as well as reveals that relate to adjacent buildings. And then when it comes to the West Loop design guidelines, we've also created a safe and inviting public realm here with high quality materials at the ground level, both in the Muse and around the building. We've reinforced the street wall and created active ground floor uses around all public elevations of the building. We've also, with our taller masses above the office, created as much separation as possible between them, and we have different building heights between each volume, and really a different approach to each mass as it relates to its position within the site. For the materials, we already mentioned that the majority of the building is a consistent, high quality, high performance glass curtain wall. Our sustainability goals for the project include LEED Gold and a 50% green roof. We are also pending a final study looking to achieve Fitwel on the project. And some of the categories that we're really focused on here include carbon, energy, and occupant health. And we'll use a new tool in the industry, EC3, to assist in reducing the embodied carbon of the project. We've developed an integrated stormwater management strategy to meet the needs of the site. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Katie to talk a little bit about the affordability requirements.
Great. Tyler, as mentioned by Mr. Adams during public comment, the existing PD was subject to the old ARO. With this rezoning and amendment, the 2021 ARO will apply to the entire project. The developer is going to comply with the ARO by providing all 20% or 55 units on site. The unit mix for those affordable units will be comparable to the remainder of the building and is shown on the screen. Those units will be affordable to households with a weighted average of 60% AMI. Next slide. The project will generate over $6.5 million in neighborhood opportunity bonus. The overall project cost is approximately $441 million and will create approximately 400 to 500 construction jobs. Clayco, which is the construction arm of CRG, will be the contractor and has a long-standing and robust track record with in working with M&WBs. As Allison mentioned, Mary Person from Clayco is on if there are any questions regarding hiring. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Emily. Our entire team is available for questions, and we appreciate your time and consideration this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the PD standards and guidelines. The proposal is in compliance with the West Loop design guidelines and the Fulton Randolph Market Innovation District Plan. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns. The proposal is designed to reinforce desirable urban features within the surrounding area. The proposal includes a level of amenities appropriate to the project. The project promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. And additionally, the project promotes pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend residential business plan development number 1354 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Commissioner Tunney.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Obviously, this is I think it's a beautiful design, and the Muse is an interesting feature and such. But my question was, this PD is amending an existing PD 1354. Could you tell me what the differences are on the amendment from what was previously passed? Because I remember this Bridgeford Food came in front of the Plan Commission. So could you tell me what the original or the differences between the previous one and the one we're going to look at today?
Sure. Katie Jenke-Dale for the record. So the original PD was approved in 2017, so about 5 years ago, and I'm not sure any better way to answer that than it's being completely changed. So the previous proposal had ground floor commercial and solely residential above it. This proposal, it also was kind of grandfathered before the downtown expansion, so different underlying zoning. So we're changing the underlying zoning into the downtown, the DX7, like Emily outlined, and then adding the office and hotel uses, changing the architecture. The previous architect or the architects have changed as well. So it's a PD amendment, but it's kind of just a complete redo, I would say, from what was approved 5 years ago.
Well, let's just talk about FAR. What was the FAR back 5 years ago, and what's the FAR? I see the FAR today, obviously.
Yep. It was 5 FAR previously, and we're at 11.5 today.
We're doubling the FAR on this side.
And that's consistent with the PD directly to the east, PD 1359, which was approved, in the last 5 years, has been built 167 North Green at an 11.5 FAR, along with other PDs in the area, some shown on the map, some not.
Okay, that was my question.
Commissioner Reyes?
Is this development proposing 3 bedrooms? Maybe I missed it.
Emily, can you go to the arrow slide? There are no 3 bedrooms either in the market rate or affordable. So this is the unit mix, which is comparable.
Okay. So I appreciate that, and as always, I will say beautiful building, but even more beautiful the fact that the 20% is being provided on site. I appreciate that.
Any other comments from the commissioners? Alderman Burnett, would you like to make a statement?
Yes, thank you. We want to commend the developer, commend everyone at the Department of Planning. It's a beautiful design. We had a community meeting. They met with all the different community organizations. In this community, we had 3 community organizations, and we had a community meeting. Didn't have any objections at the community meeting. Everyone thought that the development was beautiful. Appreciate the fact that, we're getting more units with this new PD, but we're getting more affordable housing too, with the 20% on site. Their contractor is going to joint venture with a minority contractor, going to make sure they hire people from the community. This developer just knows how to do it. He knows how to get community to support, and he always contributing something artistical to the neighborhood. We appreciate this development. My community support it. We support it. We ask for the committee support also. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight a few things, because I would agree with Alderman Burnett. This is a pretty extraordinary development for a number of reasons. It's a very tight site, and the former PD assumed that the site the ground floor would just be built out to its maximum floor area. And what is really innovative about what we're seeing here is that the developer has found a way to create a public space muse that literally bisects the ground floor. And we've really only seen this happen, that slide there. We've only seen this happen once, and in the Fulton Market area, and it's actually by the same developer who is creating a new public space framework for Fulton Market, really that has no precedent in Fulton Market. And so I just want to, acknowledge the developer's innovation here in finding a way, even when the site doesn't suggest that you can create public space, that he's found an innovative way to create that public realm. And I actually think that this might become the new normal as Fulton Market builds out and we try to find places for respite and collective space and public space. So I particularly appreciate their responsiveness to the Committee on Design and some of our own DPD's input to try to make that plaza truly a plaza that can receive light and air. They did it at the expense of removing, leasable square footage. So not to be underestimated that exchange. I also, speaking to Alderman Tunney's astute observation that something's different here from the PD that was approved 5 years ago. And what I think you're seeing is an acknowledgement of more programmatic uses of better urban places that are being made. So we welcome the fact that this has a mixture of hotel, office, retail, residential. It's going to be that much more dynamic a place. And I even think that the introduction of a point tower for the residential is creating, again, right before our very eyes, a Fulton Market skyline. And so while, the FAR is higher than previously achieved, I think it is an acknowledgement that Fulton Market is becoming a viable district with its own skyline and its own special character. So I'm very supportive of the development and very, very pleased at the kind of context sensitivity and, something that feels like it's the new normal. But now we've seen multiple projects that are putting the entire 20% affordable on site. Just a few years ago, developers were trying to buy out of that. Now we're seeing more and more of them acknowledging that this can be done on site, making a much more mixed income, mixed use Fulton Market. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. All very good statements. Do I see any more hands up? Any more comments from the commissioners? Not seeing any. Do I have a motion on the proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 1354 submitted by 170 Green Owner LLC for the property generally located at 170 North Green Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move Piñeiro.
Motion by Commissioner Piñeiro. Do I have a second?
Seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett has recused himself. Commissioner Cox is a yes. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons has recused herself. Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Novara? I believe she stepped away. Commissioner Piñeiro was a yes.
Yes.
Correct? Yes, thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensbach?
Yes. Yes.
Will respond? Oh, thank you, got it.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I believe we're on to our last item on the agenda. The next item is item D8, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Tempest Group Holding LLC for the property generally located at 5356 North Sheridan Road. The property is zone B2-3 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a 5-story residential building with 50 dwelling units and 25 vehicular parking spaces. And this is located in the 48th Ward. Michael Berkshire will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. For the record, my name is Michael Berkshire with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicants, Tempest Group Holding LLC, are here today to request approval of a Lakefront Protection Ordinance application to construct a 5-story multifamily residential building in the Edgewater neighborhood. The property is located at 5356 North Sheridan Road. The project is located in the Edgewater community area where the total population is 56,296. The median age of Edgewater residents is 38.3 years and the median income is $55,768. The predominant land use in the Edgewater neighborhood is transportation, followed by multifamily and single-family residential. The project is located on the southwest corner of West Balmoral Avenue and North Sheridan Road. It is considered a transit-served location because of its proximity to the Berwyn CTA station and because it is served by the 136 and 147 express bus routes along Sheridan Road. This slide illustrates the land use context. The site is surrounded by property zoned as planned development and B35 and RM5. Now I would like to pass it off to Nick Fatikas with the law offices of Sam Banks to go over a few details of the proposed application. Nick?
Thank you, Michael. Again, this is Nick Fatikas for the record. I'm one of the attorneys at the law offices of Sam Banks, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. And before I turn the floor over to our project architect to take you guys through the plan set for the proposed residential building, I just wanted to speak briefly about the community process involved in this project. The applicant actually began the outreach to the ASCO community organization, which is an association of about 4,500 plus condominium owners and condominium associations in the subject area back in December of 2019. And through a very extensive review process that involved meetings not only with ASCO, but also the condo associations immediately east and immediately south of the subject property, we were able to gain support for a zoning change to establish the underlying B2-3 zoning district to allow this project to go forward. We also, again, as part of that process, participated in 2 open meetings with Alderman Osterman's office, and that was in addition to the preliminary meetings with those condo associations. So really the program that's going to be presented to you very shortly by our project architect is a culmination of about a 2-year review process with the community stakeholders. And I just wanted to make sure the commissioners understood that process, the process involved to get us to today. And with that, I would turn the floor over to Bill Hornuff, our project architect, to take the commission through the plan set.
I just want to introduce myself really quick. My name is Kayla Nicker. I'm with 2RZ Architecture. We're proposing a 5-story residential building with 50 dwelling units at the corner of Sheridan and Balmoral. The proposal has a net site area of 15,000 square feet and a total building area of roughly 45,000 gross square feet, and is set back 30 feet off of the alley to comply with the rear yard setback requirements. The building delivers the neighborhood with a unique modern apartment living option and provides a continuous frontage along both Sheridan and Balmoral, which resembles the characteristics of the adjacent buildings. The units have floor to ceiling glass windows with balconies that enhance the building's impact on the street level. The ground level facade activates the pedestrian environment through increased vegetative screening and maintains continuity along the pedestrian route. As Nick mentioned, we've gone through quite a few iterations for this project. We initially submitted this for lakefront review back in October of 2021. We've since received some feedback and have addressed and made some changes based on that feedback, which is listed below. The existing pedestrian amenities are intended to remain with the exception of the curb cuts along Balmoral and Sheridan, which will be removed. Due to this removal, we're able to extend the existing parkways along both streets and introduce new landscaping in those parkways. You can also see the setback of the building off of the rear yard that complies with the 30-foot requirement. We're providing a total of 25 parking spaces and 1 loading stall at grade, which are accessed off of the public alley. 14 of those parking spaces are covered by the building footprint above. The first floor provides a bike repair room with 38 bike parking spaces, a trash room which is accessed off of the rear, and then a residential lobby located off of Sheridan, and 6 one-bedroom dwelling units located off of Balmoral. These units are lofted, which you can see on this plan, and are set back off of Balmoral and have their own respective entries and terraces. Floors 2 through 5 have the same 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom unit mix with 11 units per floor. You can see the facades along Sheridan and Balmoral are varying setbacks to provide relief from the property line and introduce balconies for the units. The roof level provides an occupiable roof deck for the residents, as well as houses mechanical equipment. The Sheridan facade, the main residential entry is centrally located along Sheridan. The building has a total height of 63 feet 7 inches to the top of the roof framing, as well as ample glazing is provided along Sheridan, meeting the pedestrian transparency requirements. This is an elevation along Balmoral where you can see those first floor units are set back with their terraces. As well as the integrated balconies, they're integrated into the facade to provide kind of a cohesive look with the building materials. This is a view of the south elevation. You can see that partially covered parking area provided by the building footprint above. And the west elevation, parking is accessed from this elevation, and you can also see that covered parking portion. The building has 4 main materials, with the majority being a fiber cement panel and a metal panel. The fiber cement panel varies in color and size, generating a pattern on the facade, as well as we'll have a matching reveal trim that matches the cement panel. The standing seam metal panel is an aluminum concealed fastener panel in a smooth dark gray finish. The cast in place concrete wraps around the base of the building, and the wood cladding panel is an aluminum extruded piece with a composite wood finish that acts as both a wall cladding panel and a soffit panel at the first floor units along Balmoral. The perforated metal panel acts as a railing for the balconies and will be painted to match the standing seam metal panel. These facade sections show kind of the bulk of the materials that are provided on the building. You can also see that varying setback along Balmoral to provide balconies for the units, and the vegetative screening that's provided at the pedestrian level along Sheridan. As mentioned, the building has a total height of 63 feet 7 inches to the top of the roof framing, with a floor-to-floor height of 9 feet 11 inches for floors 2 through 5, and 16 feet at the first floor for those lofted units. We're providing a stormwater detention tank below ground at the parking, which will connect the existing sewer line along Balmoral. You can see the footprint of that detention tank in red. We're providing a total of 10% affordable housing units, which with the 50 dwelling units that are provided, we're meeting the 10% with providing 5 units. This slide displays the public benefits that will be provided to the community. You can see those outlaid. And I'll pass it back over to Michael Berkshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Again, for the record, Michael Berkshire from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the following applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the private use zone. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any comments or questions by the commissioners? I see Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, my apologies. I blinked and I totally missed the ARO slide. So could you please put it back again? So they're only going to provide 10%?
Yes, Commissioner, again, for the record, this is Nick Fatikas. The project, as I stated in my introduction, required a zoning change to the B2-3 zoning district. The zoning change was approved in approximately, it was ratified in July of 2021. So the requirements in this case are 10%, and there are no additional affordable requirements as part of the lakefront protection. This is not a plan development application. We are only seeking lakefront approval. So we're meeting the requirements for the zoning change based on the time of the zoning change approval.
Okay, thank you. And then at what income those units are going to be offered?
So they're at the 60% AMI. And as you can see from the table on the bottom left of this screen, based on the total unit breakout, there will be 3 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units provided by the applicant on site. All of our units will be provided on site.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tummy.
Are we going to hear from Alderman Osterman on this?
I believe his chief of staff is here, Dan Luna, to make a statement.
I'd rather hear from him before my questions, please.
Dan Luna, are you ready to make a statement?
Sure thing. Can you hear me?
It's a little low.
Hold on one second.
Thank you.
How's that? Is that okay?
It's almost the same, but can everybody else hear him?
Just scream, Dan.
Yeah, we'll give it a try.
Okay, for the record, my name is Dan Luna, Chief of Staff for Alderman Harry Osterman here in the 48th Ward. I'm here on behalf of the Alderman who supports this project. This project has gone through the Alderman's public and community process for zoning changes. This project also was approved by the ASCO Block Club, which is the association on Sheridan Road for condo owners, and they also support this as well.
Thank you, Dan. Commissioner Tunney.
Thank you, Dan. And I have a couple of comments. First, for the benefit of the Plan Commission, I think the slide of what is the existing condition, I know it was glanced over, but I think that's always important to have context as to what is the existing condition, and I think we glossed over it. There it is no, it's back. One screen back. Right there, bottom. So that's the site has a surface parking lot, and I think it's a Chinese restaurant there that's been there forever. Okay. So I think that's important, not just for this project, but for all of us to get an orientation as to what's the existing condition. So there was a talk about balconies being reseeded. I hope there's no balconies over the public way on this project, because it just said reseeded, but that doesn't mean it's still not over the public way.
No, all the balconies are within the confines of the site. We tried to put them over the public way, but the city had a say in that.
Okay. The developer, have they done another project on Sheridan Roads fairly close to this project? Because it looks similar to a project that I believe is north of this on Sheridan Road. I don't know if that's the same developer.
I believe it's different.
Yes, if you're talking about 5440, that is a different developer, yes.
It looks kind of similar, Michael. I don't know, which actually as someone who's lived on Sheridan Road near this site, Sheridan Road is such a, is for some respects a very highly dense corridor, but I just feel that the materials and the architecture is not befitting of long-lasting quality. I'm not impressed with it. I think they could have done a better job, and that's just as someone who travels that corridor all the time. I get the community's concern about density and height and such, but I will vote for it, but I think it's a lost opportunity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tenney. Commissioner Cox?
Actually, I guess what I wanted to say, it has some relationship with what Alderman Tunney has articulated, although I certainly don't know the context as well as he does. I was actually going to commend the architects to our RZ for their mastery of how to do multifamily, which is context sensitive. I think the massing fits in quite beautifully with the surrounding context. And I particularly like having ground floor accessible units that are street facing. I wish we would see that more often in multifamily buildings. I think these are the same architects, I think, that did 2317 Clark. Once again, a very innovative multifamily building. I personally would like to see them doing more affordable housing. They seem to have a portfolio of market rate houses, so they called more often to do market rate. I'd love to see what they would do with affordable housing and the kinds of budget restraints and programmatic restraints. But I just, as an architect judging the architectural quality of this, I would have to say, Alderman Tunney, this is a very handsome project. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I also have to second that. I think they did a good job of breaking up kind of the massing on it and playing with the offsets of the streetscape and also the balconies. I think it works well. Anybody else want to make a comment? Any of the commissioners have questions of the chief of staff or the team? Not seeing any more hands. Do I have a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection ordinance application submitted by Tempest Group Holding LLC for the property generally located at 5356 North Sheridan Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
So moved by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Do I have a second?
Second, Biagi.
Second, Biagi. Thank you. Roll call vote. So I have a yes by Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox was also a yes. Commissioner Escareno.
That's a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy. No response. Commissioner Pinedo.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Wagensback.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last item. So this concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Chairwoman,
So
really
moved.
quick before you take that motion, I just wanted to say
Sure.
thank you to Commissioner Pinheiro for stepping up in a tight
Yes.
position today and volunteering to fill in where needed. Thank you, Commissioner. Pinheiro.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Commissioner
Reyes.
Reyes, do I have a second?
Second. Commissioner Lyons.
Escareno? Oh, Lyons, thank you. Roll call vote. Biagi?
Mr. Burnett.
Yes. Oh, motion. Thank you, Burnett. Burnett is a yes. Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Escareno was a yes, I thought. Yes. Flores, yes. Lyons?
Yes.
Yes. Moore?
Yes.
She's still here. Thank you. Pinedo is still
Yes.
here. Yes, thank you. Reyes?
Yes.
Yes. Tunney? I think he left. And Wagensback.
Yes, I suppose so.
Thank you. That concludes the meeting. This month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 2:21. Thank you.
Nice
Thank
See
you,
everyone
everybody. Thank you,
next month.
Laura.
Thank you.